Hello, dear friends, gamers, and thinkers. Welcome back to Tales of Praxis on a fine Friday evening. I'm your host, Aaron Suduko, the founder of With the Terrible Fate. WithTheTerribleFate.com, for those of you who don't know, is your online publication source for everything to do with deep analysis of the storytelling of your favorite video games in a way that's designed not just to try to understand the games better, but appreciate more of why we love them and what makes them so magical in the first place. Grail, welcome back. Right on time. Even a minute early because I was a minute early. It's so nice to have you back, my friend. I'm looking forward to working through the rest of this postgame with you. For those who are maybe not the beloved diehard veterans of the stream, such as Grail, Tales of Praxis is a streaming series and an article series for With a Terrible Fate that I started a few months ago, kicking things off with Tales of Symphonia Remastered. And I think in a lot of ways, it captures the spirit of what With a Terrible Fate is, why we do what we do, and why we founded it, namely because these games and their stories occupy such a central and influential role in our lives and the lives of so many. And so it can be really powerful to study our relationship with them, not just for better understanding the game, but also for understanding who we are, how we've changed over the years, and to better share and communicate about those games with the communities of people who love them and bring totally different experiences with them to the table. So we've played through Tales of Symphonia, its sequel, Dawn of the New World, and we are fast approaching the conclusion of Tales of Zestiria, after which we'll be rolling into its DLC, Alisha's story, to be followed by Tales of Berseria, its prequel. And I've also done some work and review of Tales of the Abyss and Tales of Destiny in the background. And I'm working on some upcoming new written analytical content to be published on the site. That's probably going to be most of my weekend in a good way when I'm not playing Tales of Vesperia, which is the next one that I'm working on off stream. And in between all of those things, going to find time to be working with my friend and colleague Dan Hughes on the presentation we're going to be giving about Pokemon, JRPGs, and everything in between at PAX West this Labor Day. So site's always busy, always working on good stuff because we love it and we love sharing it as really just an excuse to talk about these games with all of you thoughtful and like-minded gamers. So it's such a pleasure to be wrapping up Tales of Zestiria hopefully this evening, but we'll see how the timing goes. Before we dive in, as we ease into the stream and kick off the weekend on this fine Friday evening, I wanted to call out a few things just by way of setting the tone for the stream. First, for those who, again, unlike Grail, might not know as much about who we are or what we do, a quick little anecdote to maybe get you interested in checking out more of With a Terrible Fate. I was browsing Twitter earlier, as I sometimes have the ill fortune of doing. Actually, I mostly am able to stay off it because I mostly just filter through Dan's engagement with it because he's, I think it's fair to say, more active than I am. So I mostly just look at the stuff he's posting and engaging with. But I saw through him this kind of like supercut of all of these articles that Kotaku has been posting, taking what I would say are really superficial, pretty unwarranted and aggressive pot shots at Final Fantasy 16, pretty transparently just for clicks and because of their business model and kind of the way that they try to provoke gamers into engaging with them and engaging with the games they talk about in ways that are really not productive and oftentimes, I think, pretty detrimental to the conversation around those games. And it really just, it left a bad taste in my mouth, but it also reminded me of why it is that we do this. And so, if you're a gamer who has just stumbled upon this stream, maybe you're just looking through Twitch recommendations or you found the VOD on YouTube, if you find yourself dissatisfied with a lot of the gaming discourse out there, I just want you to know, and we at With a Terrible Fate want you to know, that conversations about games and publication about games doesn't have to look like the stuff that Kotaku does or IGN or other outlets like that. A big part of why we try to focus on the positive study of games in terms of digging into games and celebrating what it is that they do well and why it is that we like them, is because really with any story, I think if you take the time and care to take apart its pieces and think about what it is that's trying to be expressed through this, even if it ends up not being your favorite thing, you can appreciate it and see it in a new way. You can understand why someone felt that this was a message that was worth expressing. And oftentimes that can totally reconfigure your experience with the game, and maybe you'll take something different from it. So I think life's just too short to have that kind of like not only superficial, but also like aggressively negative conversation around works of art. If you want something that's a little more robust and also focused on the celebration of the art form, that's what With a Terrible Fate is all about. That's what inspired me to do it in the first place, and we've increasingly tried to skew in that direction over the years. It is. Twitter is such a battlefield, Grail. You're absolutely right. And that's why I said, I try to avoid it. But I think the sad thing is for so many gamers, gamer Twitter and the publications that are the loudest on there, like the Kotakus of the world and kind of similar streaming personalities, kind of define what the media around gaming is. But it doesn't have to be that way. And sometimes thinking in slow motion about games can be even more rewarding. One of my favorite professors back in school actually used to say that philosophy is thinking in slow motion, and With a Terrible Fate is totally the same about games. You won't see us with one of the first articles out about a new game. We haven't published anything on Final Fantasy 16 yet, but that's because we always take our time. We think through what these games are doing, what we think about them, and putting together views on a game that I think actually do it justice and also do your experience with it justice take a lot of time and reflection. And sadly, I think a lot of the media cycle around games nowadays does not support that as a business model. But that, as much as anything, is why we've stayed a volunteer organization that's just dedicated to doing this kind of study and research and publication, because we think it really is just the best way to dig into and think about these games that shape the lives of so many people in so many amazing ways. So if Twitter is your gaming universe and you're interested in exploring a different take, encourage you to go to withaterriblefate.com, check out our podcast, check out our articles, or just sit in on the stream. I think the stream also does a good job of representing the overall philosophy that we're about. Would we be blessed with another book if With a Terrible Fate published something on 16? It's a good question, Grail. I think the answer is no, because I think even among our amazingly thoughtful and gifted analysts, I'm probably the only one who's sufficiently crazy right now to write and publish a literal book-length study on the site. For those who don't know, Grail is talking about my work on Xenoblade Chronicles 3. And I don't think I have another one of those in me right now, period. But B, actually, there are so many things that one could say about Final Fantasy 16. The thing that was kind of the most interesting to me, and where you may see it come up in an article, was I thought it was really interesting that we saw like a constellation of games that were released one right after another that were pretty explicit in thinking and talking about and making story around game mechanics, like what it is to be an avatar. I'm thinking in particular of Tears of the Kingdom and Future Redeemed, and then also Final Fantasy 16. So I'm kind of in the early stages of just thinking about, okay, what would kind of a higher level article talking about like that trend in gaming and how different games play with that in order to bring about like different narrative effects. Like, how has that trend come to be? How can we think about it as gamers and thinkers about the medium? Where might it go next? Because I think a lot of that is kind of falling out of the sorts of video game storytelling that With a Terrible Fate has been studying and publishing about for a long time, which is really cool to see. And that was part of what kind of hit all the right notes for me in terms of the stuff that I think about in gaming when I played Final Fantasy 16. I think that was a big part of why I couldn't put it down. But I'm not the only analyst on the site. Everyone has their own methods and ways of thinking about it. I know Dan, for instance, also has really strong and positive views about it, and he studies and thinks about games in very different ways than I do, like the podcast he's doing on Pokemon. So you might see something also that is a little more I would say, digestible and emotionally resonant from him. I would say he's better at those particular colors of analysis than I am. As we ease into the stream, I had two other thoughts. First was, well, for you, Grail, live, and also for anyone else who is watching now or watching on YouTube, the VOD after the fact, since we are kind of taking the time to engage with the post-game of Tales of Zestiria, and the post-game is increasingly such a big part of how video games tell stories and how JRPGs tell stories, I just wanted to ask you in a very open-ended way, like, what are your favorite kinds of post-game in a video game generally, in a JRPG? Because they can work in so many different ways, right? One way, of course, is New Game Plus, where you go back and play the same story, but maybe some things are different. Maybe your character's levels are different, or you have different abilities. Then there are post-games that keep you stuck in the same world, in the same playthrough, but open up totally new experiences in them. Like the Pokemon games, kind of like what we're doing with Zestiria right now. This isn't New Game Plus, but we're doing new content. And to kind of get people thinking about this and also give you way too much reading material, speaking of books, for if and when you're interested. Part of why it's on my mind, and it's something I've thought about over the last couple of years, is I finally played Ni no Kuni, the first one, a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago at this point. I fell in love with it. It was such a charming and cool JRPG to play as an adult. And I wrote an article about basically how its narrative structure, I think in a really cool and surprisingly technical way, got me as an adult gamer back in touch with my inner child, which was super magical and uplifting. But it also does some really cool things with its post game in terms of what it does and does not let you do, that I feel like does a really good job of feeding into the story that it wants to tell. And so I love thinking in general about like aspects of game design that aren't typically considered as relating to story and the way that they actually can tell a story. And I think the post game is a prime example of that kind of space in video game storytelling. So we can think more about that as we continue on with Tales of Zestiria's post game here. Finally, just to set the tone for as we hopefully wrap up Zestiria's post game tonight, it occurred to me that, we've done a lot of reading of individual moments in Zestiria and thinking about different connections between it and other games. But, oftentimes I think when people think about talking about a story and understanding what a story is trying to say, they want to get to the point at the end of arriving at this idea of what the message is of the story. Like, what is it trying to say? What is it trying to teach the people who engage with the story or get them to think about? I think in general, that's not my favorite way of thinking about stories, let alone video game stories, because I think part of what makes games so cool is their interactivity allows different players to experience them in different ways, make different choices, and really take away like materially different messages and thematic insights from them, all of which are supported by the text. And so I don't want to like denigrate that idea by talking about the message of Zestiria, but I did want to think about it like a little bit as we go on here. One thing that occurred to me, because we've talked about like the idea that this is a JRPG with some really interesting Western influences, like the Christ narrative and the King Arthur kind of mythos overlay. We've talked about that throughout the stream. And it occurred to me that kind of one message I think you could take from Zestiria in a justified way, which ties in with everything we've been talking about in terms of malevolence and purification and what it takes for people to kind of be people as opposed to monsters, is I feel like this game over and over again prioritizes like the primacy of the individual's agency, where in order to like act as a person or be moral or contribute to a society, you first have to have a strong sense of what it is that you value, what you believe in, and what you want to bring about through your actions. because of course that's a big part of the Shepherd's Party and Soray's emphasis on empowering everyone's dreams. But also as we go through the world, we've been talking in the end game about how when all is said and done, Soray's empowering these different characters to go on their own journeys and go their separate ways. But also when we encounter all of these human societies in the first place, it's oftentimes the case that they've fallen victim to malevolence in such a way that all of the individuals in the society are kind of just, letting themselves be pushed and pulled by the whim of whatever corrupt power is controlling the city or the principality or the kingdom, and they kind of have no sense of individual identity. And so part of what the shepherd does and what it is to intervene and cure the world of malevolence is by going through all of those individual journeys to purify particular hellions and figure out who they are and who they were and what they care about. So I thought, the more I was thinking about that, it occurred to me it was kind of an interesting other like Western idea to come out of this JRPG, because typically you think about like Japanese or East Asian cultures and the way that they think about like community. And I think you see this come through in JRPGs a lot. And the focus tends to be on the value of the community or the party, and what it is to kind of relate to one another in a way that is productive for the world. And it's not as though Zestiria doesn't focus on community. Of course it does. But I think it kind of flips the script in terms of saying that the individual has to govern herself before anything like a society can exist, which again is at least in my reading of it, much more of an idea of kind of self-determination and guiding your own destiny in a way that feels more consistent with a lot of Western storytelling and media. So I thought that was interesting. Definitely not the only thing you can take out of it. And I'm hoping to maybe jot down at least some of these thoughts to keep track of my views on Zestiria in a vacuum before we go on to Berseria. So maybe I'll share some of that as I go through it more. Now, Grail, I'm going to catch up on your messages before we dive in here. Okay, so you favor post games with a ton of content that's just in the world rather than going through and re-experiencing the whole story. Yeah, I love that. I think part of why I loved Ni no Kuni, without spoilers for the game really, but it does a post game that like basically blocks you off from doing New Game Plus and just keeps you in the same iteration of the world in a way that I think is very cool. I will say I do love the way that the Tales series uses New Game Plus, because especially with something like a Symphonia where you have the option to make different choices that totally change the relationships between characters and give you different insights into different characters in the party, it can be really rewarding to go through it more than once. And I've been smiling all of this week because, after maybe a decade of talking with him about it, Dan finally took the opportunity to pick up and play Tales of Symphonia, the remastered version, basically just on my recommendation. And he finished his first playthrough and immediately went through a second playthrough, and now I think he's on like his fourth playthrough, just every time seeing more of the world, making a different party member Lloyd's best friend to get different scenes and get different insights into them. And I think the way that they do that and add value through like playing the game again and again and like understanding more of its story, even if you got most of it the first time, I think that's one of the more rewarding sorts of New Game Plus in my book. But I'm with you. I do also like the idea of, okay, now that we've beaten the big bad, what does that make possible in this world that wasn't before? And what do we get for exploring and learning about those things? Exactly like we're doing in the EX dungeon now. So that actually was a better segue than I feared it might be. I took us back to Logren because I remembered, thank goodness, before going back into the Calix that we hadn't restocked on items. And so I did a quick item restock before we started the stream, and I figured I would also rest at an inn. But I didn't want to do that yet in case, and knowing Zestiria this will be the case, we got another wonderful skit to see and think about. Oh, she's workshopping puns. I love this.
Seen you with your hair down. I need to set it properly to make sure it doesn't get in the way during battle.
Styling is a pain. I just cut mine when it gets too long.
Well, I think you have radiant hair.
You really think so? How long did it take you to grow your hair?
I can't really recall a time when my hair was short, honestly.
You mean you can't remember because it was so long ago? You have been around for a while and all.
Indeed. When you've been around as long as I have, you forget even what you had for dinner 2 nights ago.
Pretty sure even humans can't remember that.
I was gonna
I
say.
don't remember the first word I learned to say either.
Yeah, once again, welcome to the world of mortals.
I loved that for the little window into her thinking about puns to wreck the group with, mostly. Yeah, short-term memory loss and, like, long-term memory suppression, given how unwilling she was to share any of the details of the world's deep past with the party throughout the game, right? So basically no applicable memory for most of the game. She's just a fire girl. I will say I empathize with that skit and with the plight of women who maintain long hair all the time whenever I'm in a phase of growing my hair out, because usually for the last few years I've worn it short, but I don't know if it's obvious from this angle on this stream actually, but I've been growing it out for a while. I guess because when I kind of leaned into the beard while I was writing my book, it felt like it made sense to grow out the whole package, so to speak. And oh my goodness, it just like doubles or triples even the amount of time I have to spend grooming myself just to manage it. Because my hair, and I'm sure savvy people can find plenty of pictures of this online, like when I don't groom it in just the way I want to, it poofs out. It does not lie in any kind of friendly or good-looking way. It gets frizzy and afro-y very fast in a way that I don't love. So I like the way it is now. I'm thinking I'll probably keep it at least until or through PAX West. But my God, it takes a lot of effort. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how that's going to go for me too, Grail, because I've been hoping it would kind of just keep going down in the direction it's growing, but it's so curly also. I think it might start to bunch up instead, so I'll have to make a judgment call at some point too. But I'm glad you appreciate. Oh, I'm glad I've inspired you. That's great. Yeah, I'm really stoked to go through it with you also. I do hope you tune into a good amount of that stream. 'Cause man, I remember really enjoying like the story of it back when it first came out. But now I think enough time has passed that it'll be kind of like going into it fresh. And it's also nice because like now I'll remember a little bit of Berseria, but not very much. Whereas back when I was playing Berseria for the first time, I remembered a little bit of Zestiria, but not that much. And I think this is going to be a much better order for that to happen in, right? Because we'll have the context of the first game fresh in our heads. We have our ideas of what we thought about it and what it was trying to say, and then we can dive right into a game that, at least as far as I can remember, turned a lot of that on its head in a similar way to what Dawn of the New World did. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Oh no, a philosophical Lost Cats on our philosophically inspired stream of this game? Buckle up, we're gonna go meta. Proof of rejuvenation. Oh, the Lost Cats restored the blessing of the Isle? I mean, with all the other crazy stuff that cats have done across the course of the series, I should not be surprised. We should just be grateful. I think it's a lot of us, Grail, right? It's like what Rose was saying to Lila. Welcome to the world of mortals. No one knows what they're doing. We don't know why we're here. We're just grasping at shit and trying to figure it out as we go along. Oh no. Don't talk to me about metaphysical questions, Lost Cats, please. We won't get through any of the rest of the Calix. We'll just sit on this shore with you and talk about philosophy for 3 hours. Which honestly, I mean, there are worse ways to spend a stream, so don't threaten me with a good time. Amazing. I loved it. We were talking about the different ways in which the game like shows and tells you that the Hexen Isle is a place that's kind of out of joint with time and space as we've been led to understand it in Tales of Zestiria. And I think that's just icing on the cake, where instead of a lord of the land to give it a blessing, we have a lost philosophical cats. Like, that feels perfectly out of joint in the same way as everything else about this particular EX dungeon.
Is it an orc or a gorilla?
You're asking the wrong question, Sarai. The word orc itself has demonic origins, you know.
What?
Didn't know?
Even this is a bit of a silly arena, this narrow stretch of road suspended between the two islands. I also feel like the orcs are multiplying, but maybe I just miscounted at the start of the battle. Level 95. I mean, that's... Honestly, I was worried they might be 100 at this point, so take what you can get, I guess. That's a good question, Grail. I think... Can we open the monster book from here? We'll have to check after this. My understanding was it was like an enemy type, the way you have like aquatic type enemies and inorganic. I was thinking of demonic as like a class of, I guess, Hellion, because all of the monsters in Tales of Zestiria are Hellions of one kind or another. So I don't think it's the same thing as a Hellion, because these are all Hellions that we're purifying, right? But it isn't. It's interesting, I think, especially that we have the talk of demons in a world that doesn't have any clear analog for angels. I mean, the Seraphim they're kind of angelic, but they're also clearly different than that, right? They're kind of ascended spirits that give their blessing to the world and operate in special ways. But yeah, I don't think it is really used throughout much of the rest of the game, nor expanded upon, the idea of the demonic. Because Heldolf is the ruler of the Hellions and the source of malevolence, for example, but it feels wrong to hear him called like the Demon King. He's not Ganondorf, as much as we might have compared him to Ganondorf over the course of the stream. We got a level, I'll take that. Let's look at the monster book real quick. I want to see if I was just talking out of my ass or if that's an actual category. Okay. Beasts, crustaceans, amorphous, apodous, winged, therian. Alright, therian. I'm sure you know Grail, but that will be important to keep in mind as an enemy type when we move on to Berseria. In some ways, yes. In other ways, he has his own special flavor. Okay, so there's not actually... There's a fiend type, but there's not a demon type, so... Yeah, I'm at a loss. I feel like that's the inference to best explanation of what it is that they mean, because it can't be the same thing as Hellion, I don't think, unless they were saying that Hellions have their own language or way of thinking about the world, and that's what the word orc derives from. But it feels more like a classification of the genus of a species or something. Forgot to mute my controller. There, fix that now. Thank you so much, Sony. Do we need to heal? Oh, we super need to heal, actually. Maybe I can just swap Lila out. That's probably a better use of our resources. And see if there's an herb we can give Sarai. Yes! Alright. I love it when a plan comes together. Oh, and I'm reminding myself out loud so that I hopefully don't forget again. Quick saving is a thing, and a thing which we should use. I was thinking I might also change Saray's outfit after this battle to one of the musical ones, just because, as much as I've said I like this battle track, and I do, I think it's a very cool track, after grinding through all of the identical looking areas of the Calix, I feel like having some musical variety would keep things funky fresh for us. Let's see what other options we have. I think we decided we have one from the Trials. I loved the scoring of the Trials. So let's see what that sounds like. And since I know I'm going to forget again, let's do this now. Axe Beak! Golden Axer, excuse me. A special Axe Beak.
Wow, Saray, you sure are perceptive today.
Captain Obvious saves the day again. Jeez, guys, what's your damage?
The cameo DLCs? Wait, Grail, I'm not even sure what the cameo DLCs are. What are those? Of all the Tales terms I've heard, that's one that I actually don't know off the top of my head, I'm embarrassed to say. Okay, I think Lila will help us here. I mean, if I'm gonna be beaten up by a horde of any enemy in a Tales game, I'll always take the Axe Beak. My one true love. Oh, yes, yes, yes. The like the outfit packs and such.
What a formidable opponent!
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've just never heard it called that. I actually don't remember what version of the game I'm running. I wonder whether we have any of those. Oh, we have some stuff. Oh, like DLC skits? Maybe we should pop those at some point. Although I wonder now if we pop them, if it'll be like totally out of order or not making a lot of sense. Yeah, it looks like we don't have any DLC outfits. I wonder. Not that I'm going to blow money on outfits right now, but I'm just curious since you said they might not be available. I'm wondering whether they are. Oh yeah, look at all these outfits. Well, from from other non-Tales games at least. God, why is there so much? Yeah, no, outfits from other games, that would be the kind of like cool crossover stuff that I would be interested in giving them, but these are more of just generic expanded wardrobes, it looks like. And crossovers from non-Tales games, which are just inherently less interesting to me. But once we're done with this Calix, maybe we can see about those bonus skits. I assume we can just watch them from the menu. But we'll see. Yes, so I think I stopped short of the agenda for tonight, besides finishing the post-game, but my priorities are in order. Finishing the Calix, the EX dungeon, because of course. Then Grudge match with Dark Turtlez. Then see if there's anything else besides the Crucibles that's left at this point. I don't think there is. And then trying the Crucibles, but I am not going to commit to trying them all. We'll see how some of the ones outside of the Hexen Isle are and kind of go from there. Yeah, I'm telling you, Grail, this is the series where I get most frustrated with what they keep in Japan versus what they send over to the West, just because I love it so much, and I feel feel like so much of it doesn't leave Japan. Still sitting on the beautiful collector's edition, unplayable Japanese copy of the Tales of Destiny director's cut. Which is a beautiful work of art, and I love it for the art book, but not useful for me as something I can actually play. In an alternate universe, all kinds of things are true. The trick is, we just have to find our way to the era of the gods. That's the message. That's the one thing that Zestiria is trying to teach us. Find the era of the gods relic that allows you to travel between universes. You might have to fight a few hellish axe beaks along the way, but it'll be worth it. Let's switch this up. Oh, do we not have any other living Seraphim right now? Oh, well, Nick Leo's there. He'll probably jump out in a sec for Rose. Oh, Grail, don't say that. Not yet. You just started, yo. Oh, you're not getting me more excited. I actually am excited for that. I'm excited, especially after having played Zestiria, because I'm not going to say too much about this now because I don't want to like spoil the game before we get into it for people who haven't played it. But even when I played it for the first time without remembering all of Zestiria, I had like a half-baked thought about why I thought like as much as I wasn't enjoying the combat system, it was an interesting like reflection and supplement to like the themes that they were trying to express through the story. And so I'm interested in thinking about the battle system. I don't know if that's the same thing as being excited about actually participating in the battle system, but it's something at least. You gotta take what you can get. Unless you're Kotaku, and then I guess you can just complain ad nauseum about what you don't get. Why think deep when you can think shallow and clickbait people? That's why we're doing it, my friend. And I do feel like it's safe to say that whether or not my rankings of the games overall changed that much, I've definitely at least had new thoughts on every single game that I've replayed as part of Tales of Praxis. So it's hard not to when you do it in good company and with kind of the reflections of adulthood versus what it was to play those games when you were younger. Yeah, boo, anime game. Lame, nerdy. Nerdy but also stupid somehow, because that makes sense. God, people can be so vapid. We have to get off of this topic because I don't want this to become like a hateful stream about just why other publications are bad, but it grinds my gears to no end that is the kind of content that people who write about games actually get paid to write, whereas I can't get the revenue stream to even pay the analysts of With a Terrible Fate for the like infinitely better quality work that they do. But who knows, we keep doing this, maybe one day that'll all change. They can try. I'd love to get someone from them under oath and ask them some questions about their business model and how they actually think about games. Don't threaten me with a good time, as I said. This is interesting. We were talking about like the breakdown of the survivability of different party members last time, Grail, and after you said that, I've been thinking more about it. This is interesting too. Have you noticed? It seems like whichever Seraph is default bonded with Rose also ends up being in just horrible shape by the end of the battle. Like, look at Lila here, and I feel like that's been the case for the last several battles that we've had on the stream. I wonder what accounts for that. Oh yeah, well that would do it, I suppose. Asked and answered. Well, okay, so more specifically, this does tie in with what we were saying about Rose being a glass cannon who can't stay alive, because she always dies, and then they fuse in order to bring her back, and then they get bodied. That's the order of operations there. It's all connected. More like the Rose Circle of Hell. Pipeline to eternal suffering. Oh, God damn it. Alright. This time it is I who is getting bodied. Oh yeah, you gotta link me, huh? Yeah, it is pretty nutty. We're working with basically a 20 level gap, and like an insurmountable 20 level gap, since they go up by pretty much the same number of levels or more levels than we get in each part of the Calix each time we go to a new Calix. So it's like literally impossible for us to get an edge on them without grinding, which, I mean, trying to avoid. Oh, Grail, you even shouted out the stream? Ah, my heart. You are more than I deserve, truly, thank you. And I am absolutely going to stop the stream for a second to watch this meme. Oh no. Oh. It's even funnier since this is literally my life right now. Oh, I love that. Threw you an upvote, my friend. I'll have to. I'll drop a comment after the stream. That's one of those memes where you can just feel your bones hurting from how true it is, or I can right now, at least as I'm living it. All right, I'm just gonna dodge some of these enemies here. Is that a really good umbrella for Edna? ish. I feel like that's on balance better. I mean, how many times is she going pure physical with her umbrella? Yeah, that's fair. That's one of the reasons it's worth revisiting these games, though. I mean, even if you know the series super well, like, there are bound to be things that you forgot or just aren't as vivid to you, especially with how long and intricate every single one of these games is. That's one of the reasons I'm excited to get back on the horse publishing more articles, to be honest. Like, I was struck by how many people on the sub seem to appreciate my my study of Tales of the Abyss. And if anyone happens here from Reddit, truly thank you. My heart goes out to that community. It's a great sub. But I was really impressed because, I mean, so oftentimes I feel like with game analysis, people can kind of just be judgmental right off the bat because they're kind of defensive of their own experience with the game, and they feel like people offering a different perspective is kind of threatening the validity of that experience, which I don't think is right. I think, you know, every time someone shares their perspective on a game with you, it just gives you an opportunity to kind of new game plus that game through a different lens, and also usually ends up giving you a new way of thinking about your own experience with it and putting new words to it. But it was so cool to see, just how much the Reddit seemed to appreciate that kind of content. But then also I got the sense that, especially since Tales of the Abyss is an older game, it was an opportunity for people to kind of revisit and think about a game that meant a lot to people when it came out, but also a lot of people haven't played in years. Even people who got into it with the 3DS port, I mean, that's years and years old at this point. So I think part of what makes this analysis really fun for me, and I hope for other people too, is just not only revisiting these games one right after another in this like intertextual context, but also just having the chance to go back to old games that were really special to you and experience them and think about them for maybe the first time in, I don't know, months, years. Even just that act of bringing them up in your memory and relating them to more recent things in your life, I think, can give you a new perspective on your life and the game. All of which is to say, even if it's only funny to us now, Grail, we'll make it funny to everyone. Or die trying. See, now I'm getting anxious that I'm skipping too many fights. That's okay, we got plenty more coming. Okay, we ended with Jade last time, so my guess is we have another, like, super boss Hellion waiting for us. Which honestly, I think, unsurprisingly, those are a little bit more manageable than our dearly beloved characters from other games. So, I'm fine with that. That's fine, Grail. Yeah, point taken. I would also rather not die. I accept your revision to the terms of our contract. Definitely works out better for us. Oh my god, I think that was like 3 encounters that were merged, so no way I'm staying here for that.
I don't want to say anything about how it looks like fun.
Whoa, he's matured.
But man, it looks like fun. Matured my derriere.
That might be one of those expressions that's only been used one time in the history of all human language. Matured my derriere. Never let it be said that Mikleo doesn't have a unique mode of expression. He truly is pure in every dimension. That's what makes him the most shepherdly shepherd to have ever shepherded. Like, oh, this is not what I want. I wanted the quick save menu. I think this is the only time I can think of in my history with the Tales games where a main character says dang instead of damn. Like, that's how pure we're talking about when it comes to Saray. It's not fine. All right, I'll try it just because we just quick saved, so I'm hoping it's possible. Birdhead. Ooh, that's creepy. All right.
Maybe I'm biased.
Cross your fingers and toes.
Sounds pretty biased to me.
It sometimes definitely itself, but that's also biased.
That, not so much.
Yeah, intellectual, or I think for Saray and Mikleo, the term book smart applies, since they've done a lot of reading but not a lot of living out in the realities of the world. Which is, again, probably also part of what makes them well situated to intercede in society and purify it and change it, because they're such outsiders to the world. Yeah, that's so true, Grail. They took the best part of Axebeak and just made it a standalone enemy. Now I just wish they had called the enemies, like, Super Axebeak or something. I don't know, though. I feel like the cute little waddling around of their, like, chicken/platypus body is part of what makes them so delightfully ridiculous to me.
Sweets are so good.
Wait, okay, so because we talked about this language around demon, I noticed we just got a demon ring, so what is it that does? Yeah, okay, so this kind of supports what I was thinking, because the skill for your capability against fiends is called demon, and the demon ring gives you that skill which strengthens you against fiends. So I think, yeah, my best explanation of the term is they're using it as like a genus of enemy, the same way you have like humans and aquatic and everything like that. Ha! I didn't think we would get any more insight into that question, but leave it to the items. You always gotta trust the items.
Especially after a battle.
I love that being full doesn't stop the party in Zestiria in the way it does any other game that tries to actually replicate what it is to eat food. How close are we to the boss? I guess we can do one more enemy on the way. I had kind of given up on the idea of encountering any enemies who had weaknesses this deep into the EX dungeon. I'm happy to have found one. Oh my god, is Rose really dead? Come on. Well, you know, if they felt like being nice to a wee gamer and his shepherd party. Presumably they're still elemental, so if there were any justice or logic to the world's structure, they would still have elemental weaknesses. Yeah, I guess I'm asking too much, Grail. Well, one out of like the 4 or 5 enemy types in this part of the Calix ain't bad. Like I said, at least we have the one. That's one more than I was expecting.
Well, that was actually pretty decent.
What is the purpose of this little cutout in the bridge? I could see if it were for a battle, but there are also no enemies on the bridge? That's baffling to me. Okay, I really don't want to get into another triple intersectional battle. Yeah, stop and appreciate the vast expanse of clouds. It is pretty. I said it once, I'll say it again so that I have another opportunity to use that wonderful name. It does remind me of the Ginnungagap. So at least it has a distinctive aesthetic. Oh, that's way better stats for Rose. Maybe that'll help. Thought I just saw one that was also cranking things. Yeah, that might be the way to go. Kinonga Gap! Oh, that does take her stats boost off other things. Honestly, though, having even just those better daggers not only raises her attack by so much, but also her physical defense. I'm wondering whether that might actually help with our Rose the ever-dying glass cannon problem. Let's see how that plays. Because what better time to test out a new build than with a super boss? Can we see it yet? No. That's frustrating. I wish we could peek down and see it. I don't think it manifests until we get closer. Keep wanting to go to the actual save menu. I forget we have to use the start button for quick save. Probably shouldn't have burnt 4 blast gauges right before the boss. But we have a million arcane bottles, so it's not the end of the world. Yep, I think we might have just made Rose a lot more useful.
Snacks are done.
See, kids? Actually changing your loadout is sometimes worthwhile. Impossible! Ooh! That's a beautiful yet also really intimidating and unsettling Hellion. I really like that design. Alright. Buckle up, buckaroo. The fewer frames per second it gets, the stronger you know it is. It reaches a certain level around like 110, 115, where the universe just can't even accurately represent it. It's like it's phasing in and out. All the more appropriate, I guess, in a space that's supposed to sit in between dimensions, or whatever the best explanation of the Calix's space-time constitution is. I don't even know if we can get the drop on this one with the way it's flying. I'm gonna try. Up. Oh, yes! Quetzalcoatl! Now there's a name I know from mythology. I love it. Good looking out with that Wikipedia shout out on the other one, Grail, because I would have totally missed that, and then I would have forgotten to look it up. That was really cool. Okay, so we want Edna. We have Edna! Good news! And probably Armatize and roll out. And it's only level 115. Let's do it. That preemptive strike, though, Jesus, eating 5,000 HP from an enemy with 80,000 HP, I mean, that's material. It's a nice head start. Worth doing. Sir, I believe it is scrap toss, actually. It's a very important difference. See, actually... I wouldn't be so pedantic if it weren't the most important and powerful move in all of the Tales compendium. Yeah, that's true. I think lob would actually be the most accurate. Scrap lob, where you just kind of huck it in an arc and hope it gets in the vicinity of wherever you were trying to hit. Why won't it let me use the Mystic Art? Come on! Man, this is frustrating. Oh, and we have a status effect, so we can't even heal. Great! Probably want to do Rose first. And now we can't move at all, and Rose is dead again. Excellent. 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 Okay, at least now we can dodge. We're getting multiple hits. We're getting power hits. Finally! It did not want us to get a Mystic Art off. That was baffling to me. By the time we've moved on to Berseria, I'll finally understand how Zestiria's combat system works. Just in time to get totally befuddled again. This might be the tankiest Hellion we've fought so far in terms of its guard. It just doesn't let anything get through. Oh! Of course I say that and then we knock it down moments later. It did that just to prove me wrong, let's be real. Oh, Grail. That was a sick burn. I deserved that. You're right. Although, to be fair, I think if beating Zestiria required mastering its combat system, then probably no one would roll credits on the game. I like, in theory, that it's as sophisticated as it is, but you would have to really get into it in order to master it, I think. Gotta see what plays out for a sec. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. God damn it. Why can't any of the benched Seraphim have blast gauges loaded up? That's something at least. $20K left. I was really hoping we'd be closer, but that's better than 40K. Now I think all of the other Seraphim are down. That's not good. Hopefully we can recover here. Not like that. Oh, elixirs can heal KO, right? Hate to say it, but it might be time for one of those. No, it's really not balanced that way. I'm with you, Grail. I was thinking in a few of these battles, I was like wishing you could issue commands to swap out which Seraphim is bonded, which Seraph is bonded with Rose, because I feel like that could be really tactically useful, but as far as I can tell, unless I'm missing something about the battle system, which I may well be, it doesn't seem like that's something that's supported. Which kind of leaves you at the mercy of which Seraphim wants to come in a little more. Kind of interesting from a narrative perspective, but definitely a challenge in terms of pure execution. That might be it. Nope. Oh, we're really close though. That is true, but then here's my counter. That would mean we would have to be playing as Rose. But yeah, point taken. If you were going to do it, I think that's how you would have to. I think even that 1/100th of a point of grade that they gave us was generous. That was not a clean battle. But at least we leveled up out of it.
Sweets are so good.
And we got it done.
Especially after a battle.
Okay, go team. Yeah, Lila would say that. Poor girl, everyone else is at full health, and she is barely hanging on with 58 hit points. Alright. Get a little restock energy going, and then roll on back. I'm interested to see whether we have 2 or 1 left, because I really can't tell whether that one in the bottom middle is representing the Crucible, or that was lucky, or another part of the Calix. We'll find out in a moment. Well, you know, in the same spirit as the skit that we saw, Grail, it's because Lila has had just an exponentially longer life and therefore more experience with barely squeaking by at the end of a battle. Whereas poor Rose tries to do the same and woefully miscalculates. At least these are mere level 75s after that level 115 boss. Feel like a god now! Grail, I do know what you mean. And I appreciate it, what's more. Nothing like a little experience.
You're working so hard, Lila. But who's it for?
If you're asking if it's for you, then yes, partially.
I think Zavid also knows what you mean, Grail. What level are we at? Okay. Well, Saray at least is at 80, so we are, technically speaking, making progress and growth. Oh, we got the little lost cats on the Lord of the Land menu. I love that. That might be the highlight of the EX dungeon so far. No, I'm playing. It's obviously been Jade so far. All right. Good enough. You know, Grail, it's a great question. No, I am not sure that we're not going insane. But that's what the post-game of Tales games is for, right? It just progressively gets more absurd to the point that you begin to challenge your own sanity. And then it all comes back around to say something fun about the game. Usually, at least. Maybe not with the Dark Turtles. That's when we'll really be wondering, okay, are we still within the bounds of sanity when we go back for that grudge match? But thankfully, we are not there yet. Anything but the malevolence. Oh, God. The real Hellions were the friends we made along the way, Grail. Okay, I'm gonna bet that the map is... Why can they fly faster than we can run? I understand why. It's because they want to give value to the skill of wind stepping, but... Very frustrating. Although I guess if you want to be really generous in how you're reading it, you could say it's a nice homage to the older games where random encounters are just things that happen at fixed intervals and there's no sprite on the map and there's no way to avoid it. But you have to really want to be generous. I mean, I would also be laughing at that point, Grail, because remember, our minds were blown at the fact that the Dark Turtles was level 99. We just beat a much more seriously looking level 115 Hellion. And so if the level 99 Turtles still ends up being stronger than that somehow, I mean, there's no way to read that besides reading it as a joke. A joke on me more than anything. Maybe Saray too, I guess. Maybe the Hellions.
Good, Shorty. Being big is for losers. Big losers.
Could this be some sort of training?
Oh, come on, Lila. Our HP isn't even in that bad a position that time. But I'll still patch us up. That'll help. Oh, son of a gun! It is another. So we have 2 more areas of the Calix left. That's weird because I know we have one more character interaction, and I figured that would be what ended it. But is there another Hellion after that, or maybe there's another Hellion before it? Well, one way to find out. Yeah, I guess there is a fair amount of realism there. I hadn't thought about that, Grail, because bird, wings. Unless you do literally have the power of wind, like wind stepping, it doesn't really make sense that you'd be able to outrun it. So there you go. They actually thought through the logic of wind stepping and how it relates to monster speed versus group speed. Is that a leech? I don't like the looks of this, folks. I don't like the looks of this. Boar deity? Oh my god. A level 100 boar god and 4 of them. Welcome to post-game Tales content. I will not lie.
Is this a Hellion?
Why are you asking that sort of question now?
Well, its name doesn't seem to fit for a Hellion.
That's what I was thinking.
Like one and the same.
I get what you mean, but I'm not quite convinced.
I also don't get what she means. Aren't Hellions, like, antithetical to the divine? I'm going to be thinking about that for the entirety of this Calix. Fuck. What's the best way to deal with this? Maybe swap out Lila. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Grail. They are much tankier than I was hoping they would be. Doesn't help that we're hitting them with the resistant element. Almost 25k HP apiece. Yeah, that's rough. And they're strong. That's everything you wouldn't want to have to deal with in one package. And decently fast. I'm concerned about the leech that was the other sprite on this this platform, because even just seeing it brought up some like bad feelings for me, which makes me think that is going to be a similarly tough enemy to deal with. That's true. They got to prove themselves worthy of the name. This will hopefully help, because they're not resistant to fire. Really, all of the game is just a bunch of set dressing and support to get to the moments when you have the opportunity to use Tower of Blood. That's what the whole game is for. Talk about flames of purification, am I right?
Sure.
Come on, man.
Don't expect too much out of Saray on this.
Zavid, Mikleo says, did you miss the whole last stream when we were talking about how Saray has no romantic interest in women? Or anyone, I should say. Yeah, I know. An emphasis on the at least. Like, I feel like especially given the level differential, it's much harder to squeeze levels off of these random encounters than I would expect. It's part of why I'm avoiding a decent amount of them. It just doesn't feel like a worthy trade-off. Alright, let's try these leeches. See if they're worth my bad memories. Fempt Leech. Level 100. Much less HP, that's something. Tiny little hitboxes. And we want to deal with them with Mikleo and Zavid. Okay. Let's see how it goes.
The leeches are here, but they're so tiny. Real sharp, Mikleo. These can slip through cracks in the wall. Never thought I'd hear snark from you. I thought you said that was your way of complimenting me. You seriously believe that?
Oh. Saray's whole pure worldview shattered in an instant. Saray will never forget that moment. That's his core trauma. He's had to fight and temporarily die against the literal source of all malevolence in the world, and this is the worst thing that's ever happened to him. He's had to kill his own grandfather and surrogate father figure to save the world, and this is the worst thing that's ever happened to him. Saray goes back through New Game Plus with this new knowledge grail and just weeps softly every time Mikleo speaks to him. Oh. The more I think about this, the sadder it gets.
What a formidable opponent!
That was a difficult battle. Let's restore our vitality.
This is like not directly related to anything we were talking about at all, but I guess my mind just got away from me when I was riffing on the Lord of Calamity. But I was thinking also, like, because Heldolf still feels to me like a bit of a puzzle, and I think in the right light, he's, my Jesus Christ, that enemy is glowing. Anyway, in the right light, I think he's an interesting puzzle, like we were talking about in terms of the relationship between like his prioritization of impulse and the irrational versus like the shepherd's focus on like acting in accordance with principle and assigning value to things. But I think one of the things that makes him hard for me to reconcile with the other like antagonists of Tales games is, now oftentimes those main antagonists will have like pretty clear agendas in terms of a goal or something that they want to achieve. And of course, oftentimes it's really complicated and it takes forever to figure out. But at the end of the day, it's pretty easy to explain. Like, Van wants to rebuild Hod. Mythos wants to resurrect Martel. Kronos wants to restore the ether sphere and the dominance of the Ethereans. Like, it's easy to sum up like what it is they want to achieve. Heldolf is kind of just there and a force within the world, where he's like, he's propagating more Hellions, and he feels like that's the most logical thing to do in the world. But he doesn't ever really talk about the end goal of Hellionizing the whole world or anything like that, as best as I can see. It's more like he just represents this certain perspective on the world, and other people kind of glom onto that and like also choose to live their lives according to that, like Simone and Maltran and people like that. So it feels different than the sort of understanding of having not just a person to stop, but an agenda and plan to stop that we get in a lot of the other games. Yeah, make everyone evil, I guess, but like, he doesn't even talk about that much. Like, the final confrontation is much more of like, just look at how messed up the world is, Saray. Why are you bothering to try to purify things? It's not like it's a positive, well-reasoned goal for everyone to become a Hellion. It's more of like, that is what's inevitable, and anyone who's trying to stand in the way of that is misguided. It's like, it feels very different to wrap my head around in terms of like what it is that we're fighting against, and what is like driving the narrative forward in this game versus the other ones. I think I want to revive Lila, but Ray's probably going to die in a minute. Yeah, that's about right. The problem is if we don't have Lila, this fight takes like twice as long because they resist everything else. And I did feel like once we were able to pierce... Fuck! Guess I'm not allowed to have any thoughts during these battles at this point. Oh, I guess if we revive Lila, though, we can armatize into bringing Saray back. If I could read, I could manage this fight a lot better. There we go. That's the beauty of streaming an EX dungeon, right, Grail? Like, half the time it's complicated reflections on the overall experience of the game, and then the other half of the time, without warning, it's mostly frustration at navigating the really hard post-game gameplay. I think we want to wait for another Seraph to come in. I think that's the next move. Yeah, you're telling me too close. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was weird. And did you see how Armatized Rose was like glitching against the column for a second too? Something suspicious was going on there.
Well, a win is a win.
That's kind of how I feel, Mickey. Well, I'm scared of that glowing armadillo, but I feel like it would be a damn shame not to fight something that interesting looking and probably get horribly, horribly mutilated by it. Good enough. Fuck. There we go. Alright. Let's see what the Calix has in store for us next. Freezillo! How is an enemy whose name is a pun on the ice element resistant to fire? Can anyone begin to explain that to me? I am gonna lose my freaking mind.
Did you know that Freezillow's worldling was what invented the snowman? Uh-huh. Where's the punchline? What do you mean? I was only saying the truth. What? Hang on, I'm confused.
If she believes it, then it's her truth. Guess that's it.
One of its powers is manly stance. What are we without our sense of whimsy? That's definitely another take-home message from Zestiria. A more lighthearted one, but equally heartfelt, I would say. My sentiments exactly, Grail. They had their shot! They blew it! And yet somehow they're not resistant to wind. Maybe that's part of the deep lore of how the Calix exists, like, in between planes of reality. Like, it bends logic. It bends elemental relationships. It's not quite in keeping with the universal organization of any game's world. It's just nuts. No, nothing is true, everything is permitted. To quote the game series that most betrayed me as an adolescent. At least that worked. I'll take that. Oh! And dealt so much damage. Are you kidding me? Savid's Mystic Art has no business being that powerful. They're not even weak against wind. They're just non-resistant to it. They can call for backup? Absolutely not. Not gonna lie though, that's a pretty manly stance that Armadillo has.
What a formidable opponent.
Why would a character level up from a battle like that when his title could level up from a battle like that? This is the true meaning of the Age of Chaos. That's what it is. That's what we've discovered here.
Let's restore our vitality.
Jesus and the Goon Squad. That was the first draft of how they were referred to in the Bible, too, to be fair, Grail. Food is what I was looking for. We're down to, like, the useless food now, though. This isn't even really worth our time. I guess we can blow through it just to blow through it. All the worst snacks. Ah, but they sum together into one kind of decent meal, so I'll take it. Can you even restock on food, or is that... I haven't paid enough attention in Zestiria, because I know they, like, on an automatic basis, there are party members with a field skill that make snacks. And I know we've found them in chests on the field, but I don't know that I've ever seen them for purchase in shops, although I haven't looked that closely. Oh, more of the boar gods? No, I'm going to skip those. They're just too much. Okay. Well, I get a useful piece of equipment when you can get a cosmetic accessory. But what did Zestiria teach us? We are nothing without our sense of whimsy. So, it's all in keeping with the spirit of the game. I feel like I should knock one of these out at least. I like the outfits that feel like they're believable in the world, but I feel like maybe I just haven't spent enough time with all the little, like, smaller outfit customizations they've started doing in more recent games, but I feel like almost always they come off to me as kitschy and distracting from, like, the story of the game and the way that I would expect the characters to present themselves. So I usually default away from using them. But maybe that just marks me as an old fuddy-duddy gamer. Oh yay, we have Frizzillos and Bordades. Me oh my. Let's start with... I don't know, the Frizzillos, I guess? They have less HP. It's good enough. Yeah, and I guess there are some where it makes a little bit of sense. Like, I did the Sands of Kogor a couple days ago in Vesperia, and everyone gets, like, a canteen attachment for that. And that makes sense and obviously fits within the narrative, so I think if I were less lazy, I would be happy to attach those. But I feel like the ones that do line up with the story and the characters are kind of few and far between. But maybe that's my bias. I don't feel like I've gone through and looked really closely at them and had the characters try them all out. I don't think I even knew about that attachment, Grail. That's kind of hilarious. I guess once you're like, when you're truly totally done with the game and, you know, like grinding or just finishing the post-game content that's just challenges and doesn't add to anything, it can be fun to get a little silly. I respect that. I'll do the same thing with like the silly costumes because I feel like that's more of like an overall ensemble. Like, oh, I'm trying to think of a good example. Like Genus's cat suit, I guess. Except that's a funny example to me because on the one hand the cats are so silly, but on the other hand, Dan was just doing that side quest the other day, and I was remembering and telling him like, oh, that's actually like that's a really touching side quest, even though it's about cats. Like it says a lot about Genus's character and like the way that different species relate to each other and a lot of stuff that he thinks about over the course of the game. So God bless the Tales series. Even when it comes to silly stuff, they oftentimes find a way to tie it into the rest of the game's message with quite a bit of pathos. Maybe not with a cardboard box, but with a lot of it.
You're definitely improving more.
Thanks to all of you.
That was a tough enemy. Let's prepare for our next battle.
I'm gonna pass on the spider. Worried about conserving health items for the boss now is the issue. And I feel like that's a more important trade-off than the relatively small amount of experience we'll get from battles. Lila's about to level up though, so it's probably worth squeezing in at least a couple more. I think this isn't even the final area though, is it? Yeah, we have the warp point to the second area. Oh, I reversed my direction by mistake. Ugh! Need to leave a trail of breadcrumbs or something, I'll tell you. I got distracted by our riveting conversation about cosmetics. The leeches were more manageable than I had feared, so I think they're a good one to take out to push Lila up. Plus a Frizzillo, as a joke. I think so. I think you can issue commands to armatized as well as not armatized. Yes. Very much meme energies, no doubt about that. Oh, and he summoned a meme friend at this point. Excellent. Yeah, I think there's a guard command, which I should probably be a little better about using. Maybe I'll try that out when we're in the next boss fight. How are we doing? Okay. Almost done. Okay, now we want Zvid. I'm sorry, can I open the menu? It wasn't even letting me open the menu for a second there. Yeah, it would definitely be preferable to her consistently dying. Let's see, she's armatized now. There's a spread out, there's a charge, there's a prioritized defense. Okay. So I just did it. Yeah, and she seems to be healing more. Look at that. Sometimes those commands are helpful. I just forget about them in pretty much every situation except when I want all the characters to focus on attacking the same enemy. That is really useful for me in the way I play these games. For instance, I might actually have them do that right now. Although this might be the only... No, there are 2 enemies left. And she's dead. Yeah, it's been useful to me in Vesperia more so than other games as well, actually. I was noticing that the other day. There's a huge difference between when you just let the 4 characters do their thing versus telling them to prioritize one thing or another.
We're survivors no matter the odds.
I do wish there were a way in Vesperia, like there is in some of the games, to change like the starting layout of your party when you roll into a battle. Not for any like especially deep or technical reason, but purely because, like I said last time, I've been really enjoying maining Rapide, and he always starts out mid, and I would much rather him start out on the front line with Yuri. Especially when you're going through like the random encounter grind as you're going through a dungeon or whatever. It can, it doesn't save that much time, but the little time it does save adds up. If you think that you can, I would love it if you could figure out how, Grail, because I spent a decent amount of time looking at the various strategy menus, and for the life of me at least, I could not find it. But like I said, it's a very small group. I think we should go. Well, let's try it in this game to see if it works here. So we go to strategy. Yeah, so what formation button are you talking about? Like, you're right, this is similar to Vesperia's layout, and like I went through all of these and I couldn't find anything that was similar to like the battlefield layout that you get in something like Symphonia or Tales of the Abyss. That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure Vesperia is the same way. At least I'm playing the definitive edition. I don't remember if I were to dust off my 360 copy if maybe they had it in there and then took it out for some reason. That I could not tell you. Hey, I believe you, buddy. I'll take your word for it and try again after this. But if I can't find it, I'm going to take you to task on Monday about it. You've been warned.
Then what could it be? I just said it dumbly.
If only those scraps could land, this would be a much easier fight. Let it go, Grail. It'll take up the whole rest of the stream. Don't fall for the bait. I will say, once I'm done, I will be interested in talking about it with you, because it's my first time playing the definitive edition. I almost said version, which would be a portmanteau of version and edition. So all of the new content is new to me, and I'm very interested in the way that they are weaving it into the story and the specific kind of stuff that they're adding. So we'll hopefully take the bait eventually, but wait until I'm done with it. No spoilers for that. How we doing on levels? Yeah, we're in that gross middle ground where no one is quite there. It'd be kind of nice to get Saray another level. He's kind of close. Maybe we'll see if we can boost him up one more for the fight. But my god, at what cost? Already I've forgotten what we said the boars couldn't deal with. I think maybe wind? That's not what I meant. Wind. Let's try that. If only I could keep their elemental alignment in my short-term memory. And the free Zillows. A little bit of everything. Nope, absolutely not. It was fire. Ah, well. Okay, at least armatized with Lila, these boars aren't a nightmare. And I guess we are ever so slightly leveled up relative to when we first started fighting them, so that's something. On the other hand, here's my counter-argument. Mikleo dead. So here's what you need to know about my thoughts on voice acting in Vesperia. I think I said this last time. Jamieson Price is probably my favorite English voice actor of all time, and I had totally forgotten that he voiced Duke, so I give it a point and love it for that reason alone. Liam O'Brien, also great. He voices Cumore, and those two get into everything together. They're also in Abyss together. They were in Near Gestalt. They voiced, Near, the protagonist, and Grimoire Vice, respectively. So, love them. Troy Baker is like, it's funny because I was really enjoying his voice acting as Yuri in the beginning, but I feel like the further I've gotten into it, there are just some sequences or side quests or bits of dialogue where he feels kind of uneven to me. Like he's almost doing a weird affectation with his voice that is inconsistent. So that's a little hard for me. Patty, I mean, say less. But I feel like on the whole, I like it. Like I like Rita. I remember Carol's voice was really grating to me the first time I played it. I think that was part of why I had trouble buying into his character. But this time, for whatever reason, I'm finding it just more natural. Maybe just because I know his whole character arc in my head, and I feel like the voice is kind of well tuned to that. So, who's a different voice actor? Oh. Wait, so are you saying that, like, they're voiced by different people in different parts of the game for the definitive edition? Yeah, tell me what you mean. I didn't realize this. So the new content is new people, but then, like, the content that was also in the original game, they kept voiced by the original actors in the definitive edition. Because, yeah, that's so funny. Like, as you say that, my brain is like, oh, of course that's what's happening. But that's nuts. I'm surprised I didn't notice that sooner. It makes a lot of sense in terms of my experience. I don't know that it makes that much sense in terms of the overall experience of playing the game. Well, that's something at least. And maybe that's part of why I had trouble placing it, just because the rest of it was consistent with the same voices. So it's okay. So that's... You know why that's so funny to me, Grail? Because I definitely had at least one moment, which I guess must have been like when I was playing the different content, where I felt like, man, I feel like this is like someone doing a bad Troy Baker impression as opposed to just Troy Baker. And that must have been exactly what it was. Oh, I feel bad for that voice actor because, I mean, that's doing an impression of another voice actor, I feel like is never a good situation to be in. But yeah, so I guess without realizing why or how, I did find it jarring, to answer your question. I was jarred by it without even consciously understanding it. Oh yeah, I would agree with that. And like, to be clear, the lines that sort of unsettled me and made me curious about it are few and far between anyways. Like, I don't think I would have noticed it enough to look it up and get an explanation if we weren't just talking about it now. So, I mean, props to that person for that. Absolutely. Okay, so we want Zavid now, but Zavid is dead. That's not a great situation. Well, hopefully we can just force it through. I'll say really probably the most jarring thing to me about the voice acting so far in it, and I haven't looked this up to confirm, though I'm pretty sure, but I'm sure you can tell me because this sounds like the kind of thing you would know. Patty is voiced by the same VA who voiced Mew in Tales of the Abyss, right? Either that or someone who sounds exactly the same. Because that part is definitely jarring to me, just like the experience of having a voice that I have deeply associated for a long time only with a Cheagle, bringing to life like 10-year-old girl or however old Patty is supposed to be. That's kind of hard to wrap my head around. Yeah, I would bet a good amount of money that they're exactly the same person. Because that's why I'm a bit embarrassed for not getting the lack of continuity with the other voice actors, because I usually have a decent ear for that stuff. Oh, this is not a good situation to be in. And we're running out of gels. Oh boy, oh me oh my. We might have to stop with the random encounters after this battle. I think if we can armatize while a shot. Come on, come on! Staggerlock Saray so that he has to die before he can armatize. Thank you so much! That might be the funniest sequence I've had in a Zestiria battle so far in my whole playthrough. That was so funny. He was running away. If you missed it, Grail, you should rewatch like the last just 90 seconds because it's worth it. Yes, he was running away, but around like the entire perimeter of the battlefield and refused to stop. So I probably chased him around like a good half of this freaking platform before someone got in between us and him. Hooey. Well, we got through. But my god, at what cost? Did we go down here already? I can't even keep track of the paths. No, we did not. Looking at the sorry state of our party, I'm going to suggest we avoid random encounters between now and the boss. And I'm hoping it's not the boss that I'm thinking of, or we might be boned. Oh, I think that was like a devil's arm ring? What? Yeah, the same fusion mechanics at least as the rest of the seeming equivalent to devil's arms. I keep meaning to look those up and forgetting in terms of how they work in Zestiria in relation to how they usually work. So I feel like they might be a little different. Truer words have never been spoken, Grail. Right. We need to be constantly on the verge of death in order to truly feel alive. Maybe this is just a little vista point. It is kind of nice to stop and watch the clouds. It's kind of funny too, because I should take a picture of my setup at some point. I've got like the monitor looking at the clouds, and my desk is right in front of windows looking out at like the clouds in the Colorado skyline. So it's like two very different kinds of clouds hanging out here. Yeah, we are near the end, so I think it's doable. I hope it's doable. What do we really have? We have way too many apple gels. A really small amount of the good HP gels, if I'm being honest. And most of our life bottles. Yeah, we'll probably be okay. We might just need to do some arcane bottle cheese like we did with the last one. But I'm a little worried that this might be where we run into our old new friends again. And I don't know whether we're sufficiently kitted for that. Oh, thank goodness. Not yet. We have another regular Hellion. Well, I'm going to hope this is doable then. I'm going to call that good enough. Quick save one more time because I'm a paranoid bastard. And let's do it. And then maybe I'll just try to have fewer random encounters in the last leg so that we can get to the end of this with all the items. DID? I don't know that one, Grail. What is DID? I feel so out of the loop. It's like a... God, the heads are so specific, too. It's like a pug and a Doberman. It's an unsettling combination. Probably the juxtaposition of those two heads that's the freakiest thing about this Hellion to me, if I'm being real. Oh! Of course. I should have known that one. Yes. I think it would only be worse if it were like a cat dog or something. Those are two pretty different dog heads. Duo block! Not quite as mythical a name as Cerberus, but I suppose they already blew their load with that one, with the Cerberus we fought outside of Alisha in the main story. We want Mikleo. I can live with that. All right. And he's level, what, 1,000,000? Yeah, 122. Great! But still only about 80k HP, so that's something. You know, I would be interested in rewatching those episodes now because I never really watched it as a kid either, and I wonder whether there was like something deeply unsettling about it that kept me away from it. Because I watched a lot of that era. Like I watched, you know, Hey Arnold and OG SpongeBob and I'm blanking on other examples. Fairly Odd Parents was maybe that was a little later than Cat Dog, but yeah, for whatever reason, Cat Dog. Courage the Cowardly Dog, which was messed up 8 Ways to Sunday in its own ways, but that was the same era, I think. I don't think I've told this story on the stream before, but since when else is Courage the Cowardly Dog going to come up? One of my like vivid memories, and the only time I've experienced like true terror as a little kid, where you feel just like the kind of thing you would get from like a night terror where you wake up screaming and powerless, was the episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog with the like the mummy that shows up outside their house and says, "Return the slab or suffer my curse." And I just remembered there was something about like the combination of the animation style and like the collage that they did of different textures and the voice acting and sound effects that just like broke my brain as a little kid. I was like, it's the only time in my life I've been truly petrified by fear. And to this day, I don't know how the show did it, and I have not gone back to that episode because I'm afraid of like horrible PTSD or something. Right, I was gonna cheese with arcane bottles, and I think that is important to our success here. Well, no power hits, but it's better than nothing. Oh, I love dazing a boss. Makes me feel like I'm getting away with murder, because you know what? I am! Well, whatever the purification equivalent of murder is, I guess. Yeah, that's true. JRPGs are unsettling in their own ways sometimes. I was thinking about that with Tales of Zestiria, so I want to just mention this before I forget to mention it again. But I think I want to make a note of it because it was one thing that I wanted to remember about this game as we go on to the later stuff. But I was thinking, you know, another thing that you oftentimes think about as you're wrapping up a game or a story or whatever is what are like the most memorable moments that you're really going to keep in your mind going forward. And one thing that was interesting to me is in a game that's so much about, like, as we've talked about, a chosen savior who does the thing that he's fated to do in the first place and kind of does redeem the world in the way that it needs. One of the things that actually stands out to me that the game does, I think, especially well in a surprising way is the moments where Saray just feels like totally helpless or like the rug is pulled out from under him and he doesn't know what to do. And I have two specific moments that I think are really going to stay in my mind this time with that in mind. One is the first time he encounters Heldolf when all of his seraphim just vanish, and the moment when he's crying out like, "Thethmis Mioma! Thethmis Mioma!" Like he's trying to fuse with Lila and draw on her strength, and just nothing happens. And that empty vacuum is so chilling. And then the second moment, of course, like I lost my mind and got chills when we experienced it a few streams ago, but when during the final battle with Heldolf, the whole battle stops because Heldolf holds out his hand and Gramps has been like consumed by his hand, and Saray and the party and all of us are just horrified by that and that feeling of helplessness. I think it's part of what gives the game like interesting texture the more I think about it, because a game about a savior who saves the world, like that has a lot going against it in terms of not being suspenseful and maybe not keeping your interest for 40 to 50 hours. But I think there are a lot of moments like that where Saray is forced to experience not only real struggle, but struggle that seems insurmountable. And kind of having to work with him as the player to overcome that, I think is part of what really makes me feel on a second play like this game is doing something kind of special and interesting. God damn it. I almost said Dezel. Speaking of memorable moments. Zavid. If only we could manage our SP, or whatever TP is in this game. Action points. I really wanted to get power hits, but this will work. Also, speaking of unsettling, I mean, maybe too obvious to point out, but the fact that there is like a human voice crying out "ow" every time we hit this dog. Ugh. Like, point taken, it's a Hellion that has kind of become a Hellion from a corrupted human, but that's a really unsettling way of representing it. Yeah, that's exactly how I'm feeling, Grail, and it's part of what's inspired Tales of Praxis, and it's part of what I mean when I say things like I said in the beginning about how, yeah, you can point out the things you don't like in a game, but especially games of a certain baseline quality or with a certain amount of effort put into them, like certainly the Tales games and many others, like they're all trying to say something that, you know, the team feels is sufficiently important to express to you across like a 40 to 50 hour plus journey. And so, like, I think the more you can try to think about what it is that it's trying to say, the more you're able to just kind of almost do something like the gaming equivalent of the willing suspension of disbelief when you go to a theater or watch a movie and just like let yourself buy into it enough to notice those little moments and the special things that it does, like we're talking about, and like you can do, I agree, in like every Tales game and most games, I think, if you have the right mindset about it. Power hits! All right, third time's the charm. Oh, I really want to see if we can chain these power hits to another Mystic Art, but we might miss it. Yeah, we missed it. Yeah, this damn guard. Right? Like, you don't hear it, and then you hear it. He also says stuff like laser, just in a very human, ordinary voice before he shoots that laser. Like, listen to it. It makes the fight so fucking creepy. It's unsettling, right? My best explanation, like I said, was I think, we know Hellions to be either humans or Seraphim who were corrupted. And so I think there's this horrifying sense in which, like, going back to our question of how conscious are they that we were talking about last time that you asked, Grail, like, there's definitely still some kind of person inside this monstrous two-headed dog, which makes it all the more horrifying. Well, we're out of our cheat codes now, but hopefully that's going to be the last one we need anyway. Oh, 16,000 HP left. That bums me out. I was really hoping we'd be able to nail him to the cross with our arcane bottles and mystic arts, but I guess not. Okay, and also if you didn't just hear that, two-headed dog, there are also two voices now. And it sounds like they're almost arguing with each other, like one of them said me first when it went to attack. There's a lot more thought put into this than you might expect for this kind of post-game boss. I kind of love it, but it definitely makes me feel very uncomfortable. At least we... Oh, fuck! I thought we could cancel his regeneration. It looks like we can't. I hate that. I don't know if there's a way for us to deal with that besides just trying to rush him. Yeah, you read my mind, Grail. I might burn an elixir just to try to get through the last of his health now that I know he can regen. Fuck! I refuse to be outdone by a boss who can regenerate. At least we got levels from that one. That's something. Alright, one left. These areas of the Calix always take more time than I expect. That's true. Yeah, I should be grateful, right, Grail? At least you didn't have arcane bottles and a mystic art. Then it would really be like fighting Aaron and all of his horrible shortcuts. To be fair, though, we also don't have 88,000 HP and his stats and abilities, so I feel like it kind of balances out all the same. Right, okay. Oh, have you noticed this? It's definitely gotten, I think, darker. Maybe it's just the time of day changed, but I feel like it's gotten darker as we've cleared more of the Calix, which would make sense to me.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. Definitely supports the tone. Back to our favorite town, Logrin. No, you should have. Would have reassured me that I wasn't going crazy. So I couldn't be sure. Okay. Well, cross your fingers. This is one of those moments when, as I think about the next fight, I am only reassured by the knowledge that in my gaming past, Aaron was able to complete it, so hopefully we won't have too much of a challenge. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just different, right? It's a different tone. We talked about it. The final dungeon is just pure, unadulterated chaos, which makes sense for Now Mautellus being corrupted and Heldolf being as powerful as he is and everything. So I think they're just different tones. It is nice after that, though, to have a nutty final dungeon that is relatively easier to get around in, though. Like, we've gotten turned around a couple times, but I think on net it's easier to navigate the Calix versus Artorias' throne. All right, back we go. Well, I'm going to try this one a little differently. I don't know how prudent this is, but the more I'm thinking about it, I do think it makes sense to just try to avoid random encounters to preserve our item count based on the insane level differential. And just, we'll try to collect the items on the way, like the treasure chests, I mean, and just get as efficiently as possible to the bottom floor. Speedrunning, exactly. Yes, that is a much speedier way of saying what I was trying to say. Here we go. $200, try 300. Come on, Grail, grow a pair. This is the final area of the EX dungeon. Oh my god, yeah, as much as I would love to fight giant, malevolent elephants, I think I'm gonna pass. Not gonna pass on that chest, though. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, it's like a whole equipment set that has the same feature as the weapon set we got. Interesting. I know, I was moments away from thinking, Grail, that maybe part of the tone they were setting for the final area was that there were no enemies at all for some reason, which would have been interesting, but clearly they were going in a different direction. Wah! When Mr. Moneybags is already loaded to the brim with all divides. We might have to pop one of those in this battle as I think of it. But we'll see how nutty it is. I swear to God. Fast harpies. God damn it. I do want to see what level they are, though. 110. Nice. Fair and balanced field enemies. Well, we might as well try it while we're here and waiting to escape. Yep. This is not looking good based on that. Yeah, it does seem that way, to be fair. Oh, we didn't get the arcane bottle off. That sucks. Yes, if he does need a hobby, doesn't he? Besides making women uncomfortable, which is that and shooting himself in the head seem to be his primary hobbies. Yeah, it does seem a little like the balance has shifted. Like, there are more chests in this last area and fewer enemies, which makes for an interesting experience. I guess that's worth it. Way more focus. Oh, that's what it means by astounding focusing ability. Alright. I'll take it. Should probably still be doing quick saves in case we accidentally run into and get obliterated by a field enemy here. Ha! You thought you could get me. But you were misguided. I might pop that sage, though. Is anyone else dying? Yeah, Mikleo and Lila are dying. Excellent. This is one of the parts of the EX dungeon I remember, and I do think it's cool where after all of the like more maze-like areas of the Calix, the fact that the very last one is just this perfect spiraling descent. That's a very aesthetically satisfying touch to me. And it may be the case that there are no enemies in this last area. Oh, never mind. I don't know where I'm getting that memory from, though. It felt like something that part of the game did. Yeah, agreed about the music, Grail. It feels like a nice, like, coda to the field exploration music from the very beginning of the game when you got out of Elysia and into Highland. Yes. Crazy indeed. Oh boy.
Do you know why they're called soul eyes?
Get Out Alive by 3 Days Grace plays.
Probably means it is a double bluff. Let's just get out alive!
The, which enemy, Grail? The eyeball enemy? Is that the one that's from Grace's? Yeah, I thought he felt familiar from that game. Yeah, you're a bad influence, yo. Grace's was already on my mind, and the more you're talking about it, the more I feel like I should start making a tentative plan for it after Berseria. I love that game. I would love to go back to it. Part of me was thinking maybe a retro game after that, like Legendia or something, but I suppose Grace's is itself kind of retro at this point. Just scary to think about. Another disintegrator. Is it any better than the one we have, since we're definitely not going to go out of our way to fuse them? This one seems to be. It's annoying that we're missing the single skill for the G Union in the first column, but I don't think it's annoying enough to try to rectify it on the fly. Okay, yeah, I'll see how we're feeling when we get there. Oh, this is not the battle I was expecting. I guess I forget the exact order in which this quest ends. Yeah, it's on my list to buy Eternia, because that's another one of those that I have yet to play, actually. But who knows? We're going to be popping my cherry of first time playing part of a game on stream with Alisha's story, the DLC. So maybe I'll be feeling up to the challenge at that point. Yeah, truly never ending. I'm gonna save one more time because I'm... I won't lie to you, I'm scared. Yeah, but it's a Sephiroth dragon, which is even scarier. The one-winged dragon. Fafnir! 132. It just doesn't even feel like something I can wrap my head around at this point. We just gotta roll with it, I guess. Let's do it. At least he has a weakness. That's a blessing. Yeah, fingers crossed. We'll find out. I would love that. Oh yeah, he seems to have the same thing where he can like be staggered out of a spell and then just hang out on the ground for a while, useless. So that's good. He's hard to stagger though, other than that spell thing. And I think the thing that's been tripping me up is I don't think you can go into a Mystic Art unless you've staggered the enemy. This one has a voice too, if you're listening. Writhe in pain. That's what he just said. At least he seems to be really focusing on Saray. Not that that'll stop Rose from dying, clearly, but... yeah, he's eloquent, isn't he? God damn it, Zavid. I literally don't think we've staggered him once. There it is. Finally. God damn it. Well, worth the wait, I guess, but that sucked. Can we get off another one before he gets up? Yes! I don't care that it's abusive, he deserves it. And meanwhile, Rose will do what she does best. It's a good question. I feel like based on the way that Tiamat's creation was represented in that war scene, the guy had been like driven to madness, and so maybe he just like had no sense of self. And I feel like from what we were talking about in terms of Aizen last time, he was just like too far gone to have that sense of self either. So maybe it's again like this one having some level of retaining consciousness or reflective capability that the other ones didn't have. It would have been nice to talk with Aizen, but it's one of those things where, like, if you could talk with him, then maybe you'd have been able to reason with him and save him, and the whole point was that he was past the point of saving. Oh, now I'm sad again.
Here it goes. Break on through. Break on through. Blue flurry. Aim and fire. Blistering bang. Ocean blitz. Break on through. Let's get that.
See, now, like, I wish we could order Rose not to armatize, because I feel like the key to staggering him is having one of the humans with physical attacks hitting him while he's casting. And I don't want to go through the faff of armatizing and de-armatizing with Saray, although maybe that's a better way to play this. Yeah, now you're getting it, Grail. Exactly. Who knows? But maybe Aizen could, I don't know, possibly play some role in future content. Only one way to know for sure. Oh, I thought Rose was going to get him that time. Annoying. I know, it's like, that's almost more annoying, right? He clearly has, like, nothing that can wipe us out, but also he just is the perfect kind of tank to make the battle way longer than it has any business being. Well, at least hopefully the Dark Turtles will be a walk in the park after this. At least right now Rose can't armatize, so that might help us with interrupting his spells. I thought she would do it. If she were capable. Attack. Maybe if I tell them to focus attacks. Well, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean focus by armatizing. There we go. I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. That was a godsend. And I guess as long as he keeps targeting Saray, we can have Rose and Zavid go all out, and that'll probably increase our DPS. With low risk. Unless they just die like idiots, but there's nothing you can do about that. Well, to be fair, in this case it's also because, like so many of the enemies we've been talking about, he's weak to water, but that's kind of the best of both worlds since we can hit him with his weakness at range. So, no complaints from me. Alright, almost down to 30k. It's funny because it claims he's very weak to physical, and yet he seems to keep tanking right through Rose's attacks when she tries to go at him, so... Question mark. Oh, that's something.
Ocean
gonna go off in time. Oh, because Edna was casting. God damn it. What the hell? I don't even know what that attack was. Well, he's getting into new stuff, which is a little concerning. Oh, and he gave us a status ailment. Fantastic. From, I think, whatever his unblockable attack was when he leaned down and, like, threw his face at us. That one. Thankfully, we were immune that time. That is probably Meteor Storm or similar. Sinister Soul? I don't even... Oh, well, at least that's really easy to dodge. That's a kindness. Oh, actually, he's doing pretty poorly on HP, so we might be out of the woods in a second here. Yeah, pretty move, but also really easy to dodge, so happy about that. Here's hoping we can dodge it 2 out of 2 times. That didn't seem fair. Even Rose's physical attack looked like it sped that casting time up, which is like the one thing that's not supposed to happen. That sounds about right. Just add it to the stack of all the unique elements of these 2 games. Good that we played Symphonia and Dawn of the New World first, so that people who have watched a bit of the stream, if they haven't played the games, have at least a little bit of a sense of what we're talking about when we refer to kind of the normal standards of the game and how Zestiria and Berseria deviate from them. Come on. If we could stun him, I could probably finish this with a Mystic Art. No, he really doesn't. Like I said, even when Rose is just straight up attacking him with physical, right? Like right now. Look at that. Well, no, she's just shielding, but... Yeah, she's literally attacking with physical, which she's supposed to be weak to, and it keeps saying it's ineffective. Unless her, like... Does she have an elemental on her weapon or something? That's... Doesn't seem fair. Maybe I should just use regular burst darts as opposed to trying to get the Mystic Art. That might have been more cost effective. I'm gonna do that. Well, that's not good. It takes too long, that's the problem. Oh, that got him though. Die!
What kind of guys are your type?
The type that doesn't or say, hey babes, either.
Yeah, fair enough, Grail. Fair enough. But we got through, and that's what counts. And everyone leveled up, and we're all happy now. The end. Nothing bad ever happens in the Calix. I know, all it took was the third dragon in the game. Alright, so that was the penultimate area. The map lied, to no one's surprise, because now we've unlocked the final area. Oh, come on, Grail. I'm sure they won't come up again. I'm sure they're just off in the wind having random adventures in this parallel time space, alienated from their two worlds. Alright. But God knows we are going to restock before we go on that adventure. Yeah, it's a good question. Who could they be? What might they be doing here? What could they have to do with anything in the Tales world? I do kind of feel bad for poor players who jump into the series with something like this and take the time to play all the post-game content and find themselves wondering, like, who the heck are these people? But that's one of the many reasons that you have to talk about the games you love with other gamers, because then someone will tell you, no, guess what? Play these other awesome games and then you'll know. I'm kind of satisfied, but also kind of sad that we appear to have finally run out of skits at inns. My goodness, they kept us going for a while, though. I'm impressed. Maybe, yeah. I do feel like maybe a small batch of the skits are more location specific. So that may be the case. Well, when we inevitably restock and heal before the Dark Turtles, which I'm guessing will be the next boss after this boss, we can try a different inn and see if we can find another skit in the bargain. Okay, now the real final part of the Calix. Still 2 strata. Man, I do find myself in moments like this wishing that there were ways besides wind stepping to increase the speed of field navigation. Feels like Saray is just ever slighter slower than I'd like. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's like we're at the point now where the malevolence is as visible as it was when we found Heldolf. These guys strike me as scary and probably level 120 or something. I'm sure we'll probably end up running into one anyways, but in the spirit of getting to the boss and surviving the boss, I'm going to try to force us through, which might be ill-advised, but we'll see how it goes. The good thing is, I suppose, if we force our way to the boss and do a quick save and end up losing, then it's easy to just very slightly backtrack and get enemies if we really feel like a couple enemies or levels will help that much, which I find is not typically the case for me. That strikes me as a bad trade for Rose right now. I'm not going to do that. Oh my god, why are you so fast?
What's furious about the Fury Wolf?
Resistant to all elements.
Dangerous. Huh? What kind of attacks do they have? Why?
I just remembered something.
That's what I was... oh my god.
It doesn't like getting hit in the abs. Getting hit in the abs sucks.
You know, Grail, that's a really great point. I completely forgot about them because I had been playing the majority of the stream with trying to prioritize random encounters so we didn't get underleveled, but now that we are in a very different thread of gameplay, I think it's time we break those bad boys out. Look at you reminding me of what we have 15 of in our inventory. My hero. God, imagine the masochist who's so into grinding in this game that they use a dark bottle in this area of the Calix. Not my speed. But I appreciate that there are people out there who are into that. You're my co-pilot, Grail. You're doing more than helping. Here's looking at you. This is great too. So again, I'm facing the Colorado skies, and if you can picture this, I have the stormy malevolence of the Calix in the game, and then in the window directly above it, we're in the middle of like a lightning storm, so truly like lightning is striking directly above the screen. Makes for quite the interesting experience here.
It's pretty handy with long-range attacks.
Way to give us actual advice for a change.
Gotta treat a lady with respect.
Let's just get out alive!
Yeah, to be fair, I do have many happy memories of like a ridiculous number of hours spent just grinding in a small number of areas in Symphonia over my many childhood playthroughs of that. So I do think there's something that can be really like meditative and almost therapeutic about grinding in a game where, like you said, you can really enjoy and zone out and get into the combat. I do that with Miyazaki's games too sometimes. Yeah, that seems like a good trade-off. The power to annihilate or create worlds. I love it. Oh, that is a shame. Oh, hard to get a moment to sit? That sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know how common this is or if it makes me a weirdo, but I'm kind of a fan of stormy weather, especially rain. I like the rain. I used to find thunderstorms really cozy until my poor dog Evie, as she got a little older, just started becoming really scared of them, and that's a pretty quick way to make them lose all of their charm and fun, unfortunately. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I don't envy you that, my friend. Do you have crazy shift schedules, or are the shifts at least like on the more humane end of retail? I know there can be a lot of variance in that stuff. Alright. The final approach to the end of this EX dungeon. Excellent. Nothing like a Tales of Zestiria 2 plushie. That'll give us the edge in the upcoming boss battle. Yeah, I know that kind of job. That's tough. Ugh. Well, I'm glad you have a seemingly manageable shift, but I'm sorry that it does seem as though it goes on forever. That sucks. If it's mandatory, I feel like for you, we at least have to check it out. Oh, look at that. The savior of humanity right there, ladies and gentlemen. With his floating plushy Rolo friend. Plump and fuzzy as only a cat can be. And if you think there are any other reasons I finally want to get around to playing Xillia and Xillia 2, you would be wrong. Oh, I know. I am really looking forward to those. I know it's one of those things where, like, once I finally get over the hump of my just inertia in the beginning of the first Xillia, I'll just be locked in and blaze through, like, all of the 2 games probably in, like, a week or something ridiculous, knowing me. But yeah, I don't know why it's so hard to get into for me. It might partly be a factor of the moments at which I've tried to play it in my life, where I just haven't been in the right mindset, which is part of why I'm hoping that Tales of Praxis will give me the exact context and state of mind and background that I need to really appreciate it and dive in. You wouldn't call it peak fiction, okay. Well, I wish I could comment, but sadly not until, as I was saying, I get over myself and finally play them. No, they are, they give aggression a new meaning, don't they, Grail, these wolves? It gives them a certain feral sensibility, I suppose. Which makes sense, but is very frustrating all the same. Yeah, it's interesting. The Holy Bottle definitely seems to work kind of unevenly across enemy types. Like that Harpy slowed down quite a bit, but the Undead Caster seemed to be just as insistent on having a chat with us. Don't leave me, I just want to play. This is how I play. Don't run away. Scrapulum. That's interesting. I wonder if it's any good. A pendulum that was discarded as scrap. Oh, interesting. So I guess the gimmick of a lot of the equipment in this dungeon is the basic attack and defense parameters are lower, but they boost your focus a ridiculous amount. I think I'm happy with what we have for Savid. Yeah, that's a good point. Hard to run from an enemy when you're running away from their exact spawn location. Well, I feel like we're going to be, assuming that we win this fight, wrapping up the EX dungeon right at the 3-hour mark on the stream, but if you think I'm going to stop before we get our revenge against that Dark Turtlez, you are sorely mistaken. And I think it'll be weirdly fitting if that's the note we end up going out on. I kind of like that plan. I don't know if I quick saved once during that last section. It's just, there's a point between like challenging content and like joke content, and that was a joke. Oh man, that really bums me out. All right, I'm actually gonna change my plan then, because after that bullshit, I need a palate cleanser. So I'm gonna say, let's go to Lady Lake. Let's hopefully take out this Dark Turtlez with very little effort, and then we can go back and suck it up and do that last part of the Calix again. I think that makes more sense anyway. Of course you're allowed to laugh. If you don't laugh, you cry like I'm doing, right? So I'd be disappointed if you weren't laughing. Oh, man. That's life. Sometimes you win, sometimes you get nuked by a litany of undead skeletal casters. Oh. Yeah, talk about bad luck. Right on the final approach, too. At that point, I feel like they're just making a mockery of you. I restocked our items, right? Okay, good. Okay. I will rewatch the scene between the turtles and the Dark Turtles, but I'm not going through all this preamble again.
What's that?
Nope, we did it once. Just give me the fight.
What's this song?
Yeah, come on, Grail. This game is not meant to be played. That is not part of the experience.
It's called the Hymn of Turtles. It's an old family song, a real blast from the past. It's a song supposed to turn away folks you ain't longing to see. But it looks like it did the opposite. So, you's made it in, huh?
Like they say, you gotta be like the turtle.
I was thinking the background music and also the voice acting, Grail. Like, you put a bug in my brain about voice acting, and God bless the guy voicing the Dark Turtles, because what a minor, like, Easter egg of a part, but he is voice acting his heart out.
I see you have a similar combat grip. You and I are definitely turtles. But ability-wise, I got all the strength. Ugh.
Turtles!
You can't beat me with that sorts of level. You can't stop my ambitions. Nor the
Agreed.
champion of clans.
1000% agreed.
Ourselves is
Let's enjoy him before we have to hate him.
rose with our desires and willpower. Why are we turtles still so slow? Answer me!
I failed my mission.
I can't watch anymore.
Yeah.
Alright. Wow. Not only to see an enemy with only 2 digits in their level, but also to see an enemy that's not resistant to every element. How refreshing after where we just were.
I can't just leave them alone.
Hey, you're Hexen. You too.
Big boy's not doing it.
Why not join us?
I think not.
Hey Grail, you remember that time when you told me that once he got below 10k HP, there's no way he would use a Mystic Art? Do you remember that time, Grail? It is a nice palate cleanser. This is exactly what I needed. I'm glad I made a game day call and changed the plan. Yeah, I thought you might. Funny how that happened. Oh yeah, also, I absolutely don't feel bad about being cheap with him at this point. Between him killing us and what just happened in the EX dungeon, I'm gonna be as cheap as I want to be, and no one's gonna stop me. Well, he might stop me if he can hit me, but he's gonna have to hit me first. Agreed, Grail. Here's to the ever-important, ever-present, you might say, the endless now. Yeah, that's right. That's in the contract with the site. I have to mention a Monolith game at least once every time I stream. Hey, we have a brand at least. Well, yeah, that was maybe inevitable. What do we do? That's not what I was hoping for. That's not good. That's a good thought, actually. We might have to try that. I don't know if it registered the arcane bottle I was trying to use. Gotta prioritize. There we go. Alright. Fuck! Come on. Stay alive, kids. Yeah, that's a really good point. I hadn't even processed that. I was like too stunned that Rose was still alive. That alone might give us a shot. I guess the levels did eventually add up. And we also got some better equipment that we actually used, so that's something. Let's try it. Yeah! Alright, finally. Of course, he can use time disintegration, which does not sound great. Or maybe that was just something associated with the hourglass, but it looked like one of his abilities. No, 5 seconds really isn't that long. I feel like it kind of throws off my rhythm more than helping us, unfortunately. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? We need to get her a blast gauge for when Rose dies. Leave Edna alone! Oh, his moveset is a reference? Is it the same Zillia thing you were talking about? The Zillia 2 thing that you were talking about the first time we did this fight? Yeah, okay, fair enough. We'll get there when we get there. Edna was not so fortunate as Rose. We have Micleo on deck, though, so maybe it makes more sense to use another arcane bottles. Now I'm talking like hims. Crazies indeed. My god, the combos. Just shut up, man. Fuck. Okay, I feel like I'm best with the Lila Armatus, so that might be the leg up that we needed. In what world do they think it makes sense for an enemy this nimble with so many combos to also have an unbreakable guard? I guess he's a turtle, so it kind of makes sense, but that didn't feel good. Great. 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 Oh my god, stop attacking her! Fine, alright, we'll revive Saray. Alright, that was something. At least I timed one dodge. Wow, we're already almost out of arcane bottles. That is frustrating. Okay, I think we want to armatize and then try to get enough for a mystic. Nope, that's not what I meant. Wow. Grail, I swear to God, if you fucking jinx us. You remember what happened the last time you said that? And that was at like half of the HP he has now. Alright, Edna's gonna come out at least. I do also note, I hadn't thought about this, Grail, but another thing that shows how much stronger we've gotten is I didn't even think about using an all divide this time. Like, we fought most of the last bout with him using an all divide, and we haven't used it at all now. And we've been, you know, surviving, I guess you could say. Yeah, when she doesn't immediately get bodied. She's got some uses, she does. Okay, I think I want Rose to heal. That was a get. Alright. Oh, we're out of arcane bottles. That's not good. Oh, and I don't really want to use elixirs for this. Can use an hourglass. This actually might be a good time for an hourglass. Yeah, that might give us an edge. Fuck! Okay, you need to heal. I need to be... And he too has, like, no blast gauges. And now he's paralyzed. And we have no arcane bottles. Okay, fine. I need to use the elixir. He, like, just used it. He has 877 hit points left. If I lose this, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Okay, she could armatize at least, that's something. $379. Okay. Savage, you fucker. You pulled out what I needed when it counted. Thank you for that, at least. Oh my god. Took everything we had, but we made it. Victories is ours.
It all ends here.
Wait!
Please, you mustn't fight amongst each other. Wait, did he really do something that bad?
You mustn't fight against each other. It's just too weird.
Hey, this guy. He stole the monies we reserved for the seniors' vacation fund.
Nice.
And?
The seniors are mad that their spa vacations got cancelled. They told me not to come back until I bring them the culprit. Now pay us back, you soft-shelled coward, before we sell this to a restaurant.
Too bad. I used up all your monies already. You can make turtle soup out of me for all I care.
Wait a meowman! Dark Turtles has been working hard to earn money for us cats. Meow.
Oh.
He's donated all his money to our village. Meow. Thanks to him, we are able to maintain Cat's Corner.
That's so unexpectedly heartwarming.
Dark Turtles. Did you really?
Why didn't you say so?
There's no way I could. Can't believe a turtles like me ended up falling in love with such a simple village.
You're such a numbshell.
Takes one to know one.
I'm glad. Meow. Now he can come back to the shop. Meow.
Shop?
Oh yeah, the local hip club in Cat's Corner, the Cat's Pajamas. It's
Nice.
a place where you can forget about your worries in life and eat, drink, and be meowing. Dark Turtles is a valued patron who brings expensive bottles of milk.
Now this is the truly best song in the entire soundtrack. No question.
Hey, what? Who are you?
It really is, Grail. It really is. But the best of Fever Dreams.
Tell us, Nickleo.
Don't ask me.
Time to do some field work.
I guess nothing got resolved after all. But nothing really happened either. That was a tough enemy. Let's prepare for our next
Nothing
battle.
got resolved, but nothing really happened. That's a pretty pretty apt summary of that side quest, I think. But I kind of love it. Also Fever Dream, but like in Tales it's all relative, right, Grail? Like we went to Cat's Corner, not Namco Bandai Island. I'm sorry, Namco Banda. Namco Bandai would be just absurd. Yeah, that's true. I think my first instinct was kind of right that it would be fun to do the serious thing and then end on the silly note before we go into the DLC, but oh well, you gotta play the hand you're dealt. At least now we can... Oh! Rest at another inn. This qualifies. See if we get a skip.
Let's play a little word linking game.
And there you go.
Strengthen our bonds of friendship before the final battle.
That's pretty sudden.
All right, we're gonna go clockwise, starting from me. Here we go.
Yeah, that's fair. It's hard to get sillier than these enemies. Point taken.
Darn, I can't think of anything else that starts with an L. Even Miklio's out of the game now.
Well, Edna's out since she got bored of it quickly, so it's all between Lila and Zavid now.
Then, lose Rob Roulette.
Wait, that counts?
Yacht.
Table.
Emblem.
He's trying to make her say Nautilus.
Temporal.
Line. Rabbit.
Teacher.
Rock.
Ketchup.
Pendulum.
What an intense match!
This is the power of a seraphim who has lived for a long time.
A long time, huh?
I love how intense the voice acting was around that. Truly the most intense, fiercest battles in this game are fighting a Dark Turtlez for the sake of Cat's Corners and and playing a word game in the skit while you're resting at an inn. Okay, I think he's the one who takes us back. Please! But also let me use the soundtrack in all of the battles from now on. I mean, powerful might be a stretch, Grail. I would say I feel like I'm at least moderately worthy of saying I put time and effort into this game in a way that went beyond the final battle. And you know, that's good enough for me. Of all the games I have platinumed and poured my heart and soul into, I don't think Zestiria would be one. But I do feel like I am honoring it in the way that it wants to be honored. And I think at this point that's all one can hope for. Tell you why I know I don't quite feel powerful. If I felt powerful, I would just sink my teeth into every single random encounter on the way to the final part of the Calix. And I can assure you that is not going to happen. That would be true power, but that would probably be like new game plus 2 or 3 before I would feel that level of confidence. Well, maybe we should try buying some hourglasses, since, especially near the end, kind of did help to squeak things out. Aww, popped a trophy. Guess that was the first time I ever got a shop to 5 stars in Zestiria. Well, we might as well. It's not as if we're going to have other occasions to spend money, really. Oh, that's true. Well, that's alright. Now we have them at least. Yeah, I wish I'd thought of that. Yeah, I was really hoping we might be slightly higher leveled, but hey, we got 1 level from that fight with the Dark Turtlez, so we're at least 1 level higher than we were before. And you better believe I'll be obsessively quick-saving this time so we don't end up in the same situation. Let's do it. 1 more for the road, and then we can roll into Alisha's story next time. Yeah, making quite a few items in Bit of Tech, I think, just a little extra complicated. I don't know if there's a way to tie that into the story and the themes it's talking about. I was asking myself that for a second. I guess if you're being generous, I don't know if this extends to the hourglass stuff, probably not, but if you're thinking about just how much more complicated they make the equipment with all of the skills to manage and the just various degrees of freedom that you have that don't exist in many of the other games, maybe you could say because the game focuses so much on the importance of like seriously thinking about what you value and acting in a way that honors that and puts that out into the world, it's like having more degrees of customization in like the kit and the battle loadout of the people in the party, like lets you as the player think more about, okay, what are the specifics of the type of combat that I favor, and how can I prioritize that? So I can see the connection if I look for it, but that does not make it easier for me to play. Let's put it that way. Two things can be true. Okay, so tell me more about that though, Grail, because like I will freely admit that I have never really, and don't think I ever would, put in the time to, do a lot of metagaming and try out a bunch of different skill combos and bonus skills and stuff. I feel like I could imagine ways in which like doing different skill builds would make characters play very differently and give you an edge with strategy in battle, but are you saying you've done that and that's not the case? Because that would be even more disappointing, especially if you put in all of that time than to figure out that it didn't really have an impact on the way the game worked. I'm not going to kick myself that we're doing it all again. I'm just going to go through it. It's the damn skeletons again. Yeah, we learned that, Zavid. We just missed being nuked in exactly the same way as happened last time. Dios mío. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. So you feel like the output of the changes is not really enough customization. I think like, and this was an idea that I just had, so I definitely wouldn't go out of my way to defend it, but I guess if I were playing devil's advocate, then what I would say is like, the different like goals or objectives or like things that people value throughout the game, like also don't change who they are as people that much. It's more of just like different ways for them to express like what they already know about themselves, if that makes sense. The way like Alisha is a knight, and it's just a matter of her like figuring out how to be true to that, and similar with a lot of people who are freed from malevolence. So it's almost like too much of a change in battle customization in terms of like the output that it has would be like more of like a change upon the world than happens as people are true to themselves and free from malevolence in the rest of the story. But I see what you're saying. I take the point. I honestly don't even feel like holy bottles are helping that much now.
Well, they are pretty violent and dangerous. Huh? What kind of attacks do they have? Lila would be the best person to ask. So you don't really know either?
This is for you, Rose. Pretty good.
That did it! Let's just get out alive!
Yeah, they also don't seem to stay for as long as I am expecting them to. Maybe they just fizzle after you have one random encounter. The holy bottles, I mean. Yeah, I see what you're saying about the stat changes, but I feel like, and again, I've never done this, but like it seems like some of the skills they talk about and that I've seen do stuff beyond just stat changes where like, you know, if you really tech into one skill, like they make it real easy to like inflict a certain status ailment or like prevent damage and make you more of a tank than, you know, just a DPS or something like that. So I guess I always imagined it was like a little more nuanced and customizable than that, but again, that was mostly just based on what the game told me, as opposed to trying it out and actually experiencing it myself. It's sad when you feel like you need to heal the party just to survive the risk of random encounters, but that's about where we're at right now. Alright, so this fellow is already chasing me, therefore I think we don't need a holy bottle. But I think that other one is faster, and so now I think we will use a holy bottle. Boy, this is becoming a practicum on the use of holy bottles, which was not quite what I expected. I swear to God, it's like the holy bottles don't matter. That was, we already had the holy bottle in place then. Well, we made it. By the skin of our teeth, but we made it. On we go. Gonna do something else. Oh, I think we're already the holy bottle is over. Okay, let's go again. Let's go again. Yeah, I thought you were talking about just when they like initially appear in terms of spawning, but it seems like, and maybe this is what you meant and I just didn't understand you, like once they notice you, they teleport to whatever your current location is, which does absolutely feel like cheating and no real way to circumvent it. Alright, second time's the charm. Man, I really hope we can deal with the boss once we actually get down there. I'm starting to get a little concerned about that. Yeah, something like that. The phantom, partly the phantom pain and partly the very real pain. I'm excited actually. I don't know how deep a Metal Gear fan you are, Grail, but that's actually one of the embarrassing gaps in my gaming knowledge. Like I never played the old school ones when I was growing up, just because I think I fell into having the wrong systems. So I didn't have on my radar at all that they were doing like a remaster of them, and then I just saw on my PlayStation the other day that I think it's October they're coming out. So super duper excited for that. I think it's the excuse I've been looking for a long time to finally dive in and play them all in order. because I don't already have enough long-running series that I'm playing. They're such classics, right? I mean, talk about games that have really had a big impact in terms of video game storytelling, and think about gaming as an art form. I mean, whether you love or hate Kojima, the man is absolutely an auteur with a lot of views on, you know, how to do artistic and interesting things in video games. So I do kind of feel like at a certain point they're required reading, which is nice. I really love it when old games like that were so important and influential but kind of fade into the background of accessibility over the years as they age and their systems age, get remastered or brought to newer consoles so that people can continue to play them and access them. Part of why I'm hoping Bandai Namco gets off their butt and does that with the older Tales games, because, I mean, I'm happy and fortunate enough to be in a position where I consider just going out and buying like all the ones that I missed so that I can fill in my gaps for Tales of Praxis and play them all, and I think that's going to be really cool. But, you know, so many people don't have the ability to do that, so those things they're doing, like Tales of Symphonia Remastered, I think are so important for that reason. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Grail. I'm just talking about literally playing Tales of Symphonia a second time. Come on. You know what I'm talking about. Yep. That time I paid attention and I saw what you meant, Grail. So they run after you and act like a normal enemy, and then they disappear, and then they appear literally on top of you. Yeah, that's fair. Fair and balanced. I love it. Yep, yep. Good, good. We got out. Win's a win. But my god, remember to quick save. Oh, and I don't want to use items. Yeah, I had a half thought, like, basically any other Tales game you could use healing arts in the field, but no, of course Zestiria is just ever so slightly different. But at least we're getting some actually useful food back, so that'll help a little bit. Yeah, that's true. Range of motion is a godsend, and just avoiding the death balls while you make your escape. Oh, and this time we can look down and see our friends. Yay! We're trying to get to you, friends! It's just a hell of a final approach. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, fair enough. And I think, yeah, when you have a lot fewer of the other peculiarities that Zestiria has, I think a difference like that in something like Graces is much easier to stomach and get on board with and adapt to. Maybe? No, there are more than 3, I think. I would guess there are enemies on at least 4 of these. Yeah, there's not one here, because this is a treasure island, but I think we have at least 4 left. But, you know, we're just gonna be diligent and quick save, and we'll get there at least this time, I'm confident. So now that it's not a spoiler because everyone knows and can see Sophie and Jade are down there, well, I guess maybe it's a spoiler. I'll just wait until we get down there for anyone who is spoiler conscious and doesn't want any lead time into what's coming next. Then we can talk about it. Yeah, thank you. I was just remembering that I had forgotten to use one, but I think it was too late because, as you pointed out, they were chasing me. Honestly, as long as we don't run into any of those skeletons, I think we're good. Oh, God bless the final island is a free space. Like free parking in Monopoly. Okay. I guess an apple gel is the way to go. It would have Grail, but then it wouldn't be an EX dungeon now, would it? But hey, a combination of judicious enemy dodging and quick saving amounts to the same thing. We have all our items, so cross your fingers and toes that we're at a good level, and let's see what our two new friends are up to.
So we meet again.
Ah, perfect timing.
Is it really?
That's interesting. Grail, I don't know if you have the answer to this, but I noticed, like, as we were approaching them, I thought they had stars over their head indicating that they were, like, you know, the next mission objective, but they had the little speech bubble indicators over their head, like they had something to say. But then, of course, when you walk up to them, it goes right into this cutscene. So I wonder whether, like, there was any dialogue coded that they had loaded up, even though there's no way to access it, or if it was just an indicator that didn't actually have any speech behind it. That's one of those things where I wish I were one of those people who could go into the code and check what was actually there, but that's very much not my bag. Yeah, that's fair. Even, like, I guess it depends on what you favor and dislike in EX dungeons. I was gonna say even, like, there are some ways in which I think just because this is less random feeling, it also feels kind of easier for me to navigate than something like Symphonia or Abysses, which are a little more of kind of unpredictable mazes, especially when you first play them. Yeah, so maybe it's just preset up for that kind of situation. It's a good point. Well, enough of that. Let's get back to it.
Yes, we've learned that we won't be able to return to our world unless we eliminate all the sources of the intense power in the ruins. And you all are the only remaining sources. There's only one conclusion.
Jade, no, don't use logic. Anything but that.
According to Jade, there's only one way to eliminate that cause.
She can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear and see you. Jade made special glasses for me to use.
They match.
So it really was those glasses.
You know, he used his powers of phonon reasoning and logic and science. To be fair, it seemed like we established in the previous conversation with Jade that there was, like, enough of an analogy between phonons and domains that he could get a grip on what was happening enough to at least hypothesize about the phenomenon. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jade just went away and had a big think about it.
Must return to my world. To the world where my friends are waiting for me. I promised them.
That is a good point about the remaining Hellions being way stronger than we are, though.
Fascinating, but its troublesome architecture does not sit well with me, I'm afraid.
I see. So then, you're ready to bring it on then, huh?
I heard that line absolutely in Jade's voice, Grail, so right on the money with that writing.
Quite quick on the draw, are you?
Sorry.
I do love the music. They are level 150. So I'm thinking, speaking of logic, that the best way to play this is going after Jade first, because I feel like if we leave him to his own devices to cast, we're going to get screwed over very, very quickly. So I figure we try that with an all divide and we see where it goes. Well, this is the thing that's weird, though, because I finished this on my first playthrough, and I have no memory of grinding a ton in Zestiria to get to a really high level. So I'm hopeful that it is doable, at least. So let's just see it. Let's see how it goes. I think I want to start with a quick arcane bottle for Mikleo.
Hey, we aren't the cause of
Saray, if we had a bunch of those glasses,
then everyone could see the Seraphim. Focus, you two. Elixir protect.
That's not what I meant.
Aiming fire. Blue flurry. Right down. My bow is ahead.
Yeah, but I mean doable without a lot of grinding, and sometimes I feel like there are some kinds of post-game content where you need to grind at least a little bit to be at a reasonable level for it. Like in my the streamed run I did of Symphonia, the team was just under-leveled for Abyssion, so there was like no chance of our taking him on, which was disappointing. Such a good track. He seems to take a lot of damage from us, which is good. I am also very, very concerned already about him dropping a bunch of meteor storms once we get him down low enough. But hopefully we can just time things so that we can wipe him out once that starts happening. Sophie seems to be mostly mad dogging us, which I think actually helps the situation because Rose can just support. Yeah, they're the perfect complements to each other in terms of their battle styles, right? I kind of love that, but it also kind of terrifies me right now. Oh, come on. There we go. All right, how's he doing on health? This is going to be tight. I think he's probably going to start casting Meteor Storm now. Okay. Yeah, I think this is definitely one of those battles where it would be super helpful to have another human, because then you could just each manage one of them. But I think, yeah, I think having both team members focus on Jade first seems like the strictly better strategy with just one human. Okay, we might be able to just do it. I'm a little concerned about our health. I was hoping we could maybe pause time, but I think we missed that window. How much health? No, we can't pummel him before Meteor Storm. To be fair, I'm sure many enemies over the years have been tired of being spammed by Jade's magic, so I feel like it evens out Grail, but point taken. Okay, can we get some health up in here? Oh no. Mr. Cage? So fucking cool! And actually, we survived that super well, so I was glad that we got to see it. Because I was half disappointed that we didn't get caught in the Mystic Cage during our single fight with him. Oh, we got him! Oh, but it looks like he got off Meteor Storm, so I wonder whether that'll still resolve. Nope! Amazing! Oh, we knocked him out right before he got off Meteor Storm. I love that. And see, this is the thing that's just nuts with me trying to wrap my head around levels where, like, individual enemies who are level 120 or whatever absolutely were insurmountable to us on the way here. But then these two boss level characters from other games are level 150 and obviously very challenging, but also totally manageable. It's like levels just seem pretend after a certain point. Maybe that's part of what makes the post-game content nutty and fun, though, I guess. Okay, what are her resistances? So we want Edna. And Rose has Edna, so I think this is fine. I think we can roll with this. Oh, no. Actually, Rose has Zavid. I don't know why I read that as Edna. So then maybe we should switch. But she's so close range. I feel like even though she's resistant to water, the bow is good to have. Yeah, well, that's part of why I'm scratching my head at it, Grail, because I have felt like the levels are pretty useful guides in pretty much all of the other games that I've been replaying. So it's interesting that just a couple of them are kind of inconsistent with it. That's not what I meant to do. Yeah, agreed on Grace's Grail. Agreed. That's so funny. I only just heard Zavid's incantation for whatever that last spell was. Don't get clingy, we're just friends. Google, give me the most Zavid things that you could say to an enemy while you're attacking them. How are we doing on our health? Yeah. I want to get Edna out, but concerned about the range. Telling you, dude, Zestiria's all about the whimsy. The casters, as much as anyone, embody that. Ugh. Okay. I'm gonna switch. I think it's unmanageable with Mikleo. That's not what I was hoping for in terms of damage, but it's okay. Nice! Oh, the stun! With the stun! That's more like it. Alright, about halfway. I think she's definitely the harder one between herself and Jade. The least useful context for scrap toss, since we're keeping score. Just routinely over her head. Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Grail. It also makes sense that if you've really done the work of, you know, doing everything there is to do in the world and having all the adventures with the party that is native to the world, like, of course that party is going to be able to overcome, like, a smaller party from other games that are, as you say, out of their element. Although, on the other hand, that was a pretty damning counter-argument that Sophie just made. So anyway, I started punching. Some say she's still punching to this day, off there in the deep recesses of the cosmos. Oh, that's not good. That is really bad. That escalated so quickly. How are we doing? Oh, this is death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah, definitely. That makes a world of difference. No, 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 no. Oh, man. It was like we didn't even have frames to dodge out of that. Oh, man. Okay. If we revive Edna, she can pull up Saray, at least. It is nice how quickly we can get up and active again when the Seraph in question does have a blast gauge available. Makes a big difference. Well, when she's already spamming her Mystic Art, I don't think it can get any worse, at least. And there, she locked Rose in her Mystic Art, but joke's on you, Rose is already dead. Oh, that's not what I meant. Fuck. No! Oh, this might wipe us out. This is not good. We're both caught in it. Okay. I don't think we can even use items at this point, so we'll just see what happens, I guess. Please get off a life bottle, at least. Please, please, please. What the fuck? There was like no way to recover from that in a way that did not feel good or fair, if I'm being honest, but whatever. Try it again. Ugh. It's so annoying to have gotten that close, too. That makes it so much worse. Alright, round 2, I guess. Yeah, for sure. I think we definitely had the right strategy at least, so we just have to be better. Maybe it is worth just staying with Mikleo to keep at a little better range and try to avoid her mystic art.
Are you?
Sorry.
Alright, there.
We aren't the cause of the...
If we had a bunch of those glasses,
Then everyone could see the Seraphim. Focus, you two. Aiming fire! Open the way forth! Thanks. Too close. Break down. Water. My flow is ahead. Aiming fire. Here goes. Lightning vortex.
I don't know. I mean, Sophie's so much tankier. I don't even know if that would help. I feel like it would just be the same outcome with Sophie, except Jade would also get the opportunity to spam a lot of magic in the background. I wish Zavid would use Tales of Hyper Beam more often. I thought I had enough for another Mystic Art right there. That was poor timing. Oh, come on, you know what she's made out of. She's made out of, like, otherworldly metal. That's why she's so strong. Come on! Let the Mystic Art get through. There we go. Alright. Okay, now on to the actual battle. Yeah, I'm gonna try just keeping her distance. I feel like that might help. Because it was really just like the absolute nuclear effect of her Mystic Art on all of us that made it impossible to come back from. She also starts using it so early in the battle. Fuck! Well, maybe I won't use Micleo after all. I don't know, dude. There's too much going on. I couldn't tell you. Her attacks are also simple. She's just so fast. And that really hurts when she comes in for the kill with the Angelic Ascent into her Mystic Art. It's great. Actually, I'm kind of thinking this might be the part of the fight where we need an all divide. That might be the way to get through it, because I just feel like there's no other way we're going to avoid enough of the damage from her big attacks. I'm going to try that. That might be what we need. Are they time constrained? I feel like there was something weird about them last time. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so hopefully we'll be able to deal. And we have 14, so we can try to do what we unsuccessfully did with Dark Turtles the first time of toggling them off for our Mystic Art and then toggling them back on. Yeah, very weird, and not like the way it's described in any of the other games. I think Rose's favorite hobby is getting killed by Dagger Splash. Maybe I should just let them armatize. There we go. Yeah, but I think she has a special soft spot for deaths to dagger splash. Maybe because she's so fond of daggers herself. God, this is going so slow, and I feel like we're still burning a lot of items. It's just taking longer, which makes me worried we're going to run out. Maybe I'll take an All Divide off until she starts throwing her Mystic Art. That might be a better way to do it. It's a good question. She seems to be over her obsession with it for the moment, so maybe she got it out of her system back when we had the All Divide on. I want to burn all of our arcane bottles before we need them. It'll burn one. There's no reason for Dagger Splash to be that strong. For real. It paralyzes and just washes away like half our health. Down like 7,000 HP since we last checked. God, she is so tanky. How could she be fast and tanky? It does not compute. Ugh, what a bad time for Scrap Toss. Good point. I have no argument there. Oh, man. Oh, hey. Scrap Toss actually hit. Might be the only time in the last 100 uses that it landed. Alright, we're about down to halfway. My guess is she's going to start going Mystic in a sec. Yeah, that's what I was saying last time, but she finds a way to kind of catch Rose and others in the Aftershock anyways, which is annoying. I just want to get over the first Mystic Art attempt of hers so I at least know it's in the mix. And then we can figure out what we want our strategy to be. Yeah, she's using shot stuff. Wow, shot stop blast. Is that the name of that attack? Which I think it comes in at the same time as her Mystic. I just feel like when we used Zavid's Mystic Art, when we were armatized with him earlier in this stream, it was dealing like literally 10 times as much damage as that. But maybe it was to an enemy with less defense or a weakness or something. Yeah, no, I don't think the projectile is that good. I think she starts using it at the same time that she starts using her Mystic Art. In terms of like her movesets when they change in the battle. So I'm thinking it might be an indicator that she can also use that now. What was I gonna do? Okay. Yep, there it is. Ah, she got us! I feel like it hits you even if you're outside the circle. That sucks. Can we get HP before that? Or an all divide, maybe? Oh, I wonder if that'll proc in time. Who's casting right now? Rose seems open, maybe? Let's see if we can save ourselves. Oh, she didn't even use it. What the fuck? I thought she always comboed into her Mystic from Angelic Ascent. Well, that was a blessing. Although I guess we didn't need the all divide. How are we doing? Okay, we've wiped out over 50,000 hit points from her. That figures. Okay. Oh, and we're outside the item use window now. Okay. Well, she's still not using it for whatever reason. Did she forget how to use her Mystic Art? Oh, yeah. I forgot about the 20 level limit. What a useful item against a boss. That seemed stronger than it was before. But we don't have enough to get by just on that gimmick, unfortunately. We do have elixirs, though. Keep that in mind. You're telling me, Grail. Oh, you are telling me. I have a good feeling. Sophie used Hyper Beam. It's not very effective. She's not as weak as I thought she would be at this point. Probably shouldn't have used that elixir. Oh, that's okay. Fuck! Seems like it only got Rose. Okay. That could have been a lot worse. And I didn't know she could go into it without using Angelic Ascent, so that's helpful information. Oh! She's gonna punish that before this fight is over. If we're not careful. We don't really have any other items that are useful besides the elixirs, but I kind of want to save those. It's not like she's within firing range of 2 Mystic Arts. All right, on we go. Yeah, maybe. I'm really worried about running out of healing items, and I felt like we were still using quite a few when we were also all divided, so I'm just trying not to do that unless we really, really have to. We're getting there. Fuck. Fuck. I'm not sure if either of us can be saved. I knew it was coming that time. Alright, it was just Saray at least. Okay, is there a way to check? I wanted to see if there's a way to tell which Seraphim who are benched have blast gauges, but it doesn't look like that's supported, which sucks. I'm gonna hope Mikleo has one. Nope! Neither of them does. Great. Okay. Then we're gonna need to burn an elixir to bring Saray back, I think, in a way that will allow us to survive. Fuck, okay. Guess that's where we're at. For real? Okay. Well, at least we're the one who's back, so maybe we can manage something. Okay, I think I will use an all divide just to see if that will help us to get our act together. I don't know that it will is the problem. It's so annoying you can't switch to a dead Seraph in order to revive them. Like once they're out, you need to wait for them to recharge, because I'd really like to get back to Edna for several reasons. She's so fast! Oh, Rose is in there. But no one else. And Micleo has a blast gauge, so that seems reasonable as far as those things go. We don't have any elixirs left. Alright. Let's do it. She is maddeningly inconsistent about whether or not she's going to use them. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, like it has to hit a specific person, like not just splashing someone with damage counts. That would make sense. Oh, Edna's back. That helps. Go team. Teamwork makes the dream work. Rock work makes the dream work, mostly. Last 10k. Boy, her guard is something else. Yeah, see, now her HP is just going down so slowly because of the All Divide, and we're eating through healing items. I feel like we need to go back to regular level damage. Which might be what wrecks us, but I feel like we gotta do it if we want a shot at this. This might be the decider in one way or another. Oh, shit. Well, that's how you can tell we've been playing intensely. Let me grab my other controller. Boy, at least the game is smart enough to pause combat, because if I died to controller death, that would have been a really sucky way to end the stream. Oh, she's got to be close now. Oh, fuck. Come on. What does it say about her? She looks young, yet I get the sense that she's lived through a lot. You don't come across people like that too often. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, her stats are just nuts. That's the problem. Boy, it feels so weird playing with a cold controller. The other one got so hot in my sweaty hands. We can do this, Grail. I have faith. my god, this is so stressful. Oh, with the days! Oh, mommy! Oh, well, that's not the best fight I've ever fought, but it's not the worst either. Grail, thank you for your support, my friend. Sometimes it takes a village, and it's not just the in-game party, it's the out-game party. And now we can enjoy the conclusion of this quest, which will be a great way to wrap up Zestiria.
Jade, it is as you said. These ones are strong.
Yes, perhaps they have what it takes.
So you were testing our abilities?
Of course, it's Jade.
Have you?
Yeah, I didn't feel threatened.
If we had let her guard down, who knows what might have happened?
Rose dies every 5 seconds in battle. I never felt threatened. Fake news.
I'm sorry for not telling you the truth.
I'm Mikleo.
Mikleo.
These ruins have an established system of extracting a certain power and funneling it into something else. Whatever is receiving that power is the cause of this warped dimension. However,
That power is distinct and very specific to your world. We can't erase it ourselves.
It's called malevolence.
Can it be vanquished?
Yes, it's possible with the purification powers we have. We'll definitely help you return to your world.
So don't worry, Sophie.
Thanks.
I'm quite glad you all are up for the task. I'm going to be counting on you.
So pushy.
You're all in sync.
I know what we ask is dangerous. But
Sophie, like I've said, don't worry. Leave it to me. Purifying malevolence is what I do.
It's true. That is his one thing. Yeah, I think there's more. Because we have to figure out how to send them home, right? But I don't totally remember. Or maybe not. Is that the conclusion? Well, let's see what happens when we go through here. You know, maybe that is the end. I have a feeling there's not more beyond that. Although my bet is if we go back to the save point, there'll probably be a skit to wrap it up. So let's try to do that. So I guess what they're saying is, because remember, this is in, even though we access it after beating Heldolf, it's in the continuity where Heldolf isn't defeated yet. So, like, my base plot level understanding of that is they're saying the malevolence is kind of binding them to this place, and so you need to defeat the Lord of Calamity and release Mautalis before they can be sent home, which would happen afterwards. Which I guess is all we get, because it looks like we don't get a skit either, which is a little disappointing. I mean, obviously the characters from Zestiria wouldn't have a lot of insight into the characters from the other games, but you'd think they could at least speculate about them in a fun way. I think the fun thing about that too, because like we talked about last time, Grail, it's such vintage Tales fan service, and the way that Jade talks at the end about how the Hexen Isle and the Calix has been engineered to draw in malevolence and like focus it to like connect and pull in from other dimensions and relate to other worlds beyond Zestiria. I love the idea that you could almost extend that in the way that you were talking about with connecting the games, but also connecting like the influence of the player in the world. Because I think there is something that's kind of, when you think about malevolence as Zestiria does, in terms of having this like kind of lack of connection between your desires or what you believe makes sense and what you actually do, I feel like there is something that's kind of like inconsistent or in that specific sense malevolent about the player who like goes into this game and gets really invested in this world and these characters, but then also wants to like connect it to all of these other worlds that don't really have anything to do with it per se or what it's trying to say, which of course is funny for you and I to be talking about because that's exactly what we're doing with Tales of Praxis, and obviously these games have all of these connections, so you want to do that, but there's kind of like, I think it's fun the way that the game kind of adds this coda to talk a little bit more about malevolence and almost wink and nod to the player that, oh, you're kind of doing something that's similar that has a similar kind of disconnect in terms of like the disconnect of what you believe makes sense for this world, but then also the way you act and like want to reach beyond it and like apply it to all of the other worlds that are not the world of Zestiria. So I feel like that's a really fun way to bring us in, let us see some characters we love that have no business being there, but that our fan brains, love even if it doesn't make sense, and then helps us to actually overcome that malevolence and return Saray to his mission of overcoming Heldolf and doing what is right for his world. I am glad we got through that. I apologize for the couple of trip-ups along the way that made it a bit longer, but that's all part of the adventure, right? As we've said throughout this stream and at the kickoff of Zestiria at the outset, this is by no means the end of this world or this leg of the Tales of Praxis adventure, but it is a nice capstone to the main game of Zestiria. I know there are, it definitely tired me out, Grail. There are no two ways about that. There are more things that we could do, technically speaking, within the main game. Like I know we talked about the Crucibles. To the best of my recollection, I don't think they add anything to the story. I think they are mostly just challenge content and maybe a few conversations between the characters. But I think that, especially that EX dungeon, really feels like a nice capstone on the post game, and also a nice kind of case of getting like everything that the Tales post game typically has to offer. Like we did a lot of challenge content, which it's always great for. We did the really silly, campy, sort of bordering on absurdist content with the cats and the turtles and that whole side adventure. And we got the wonderful meta blending of games and universes and characters from very different walks of life and indeed very different stories talking to each other and bringing their insights to bear on each other. And honestly, I can't think of wrapping it up on any point other than that, because like I said, like it's true to the themes of the game and also true to Tales of Praxis. That's exactly what we're doing, is connecting these games and thinking about them in conversation with one another. So we will have plenty of opportunity to continue thinking about Zestiria. I'm glad that we kind of pulled out some insights and thoughts about the game as a standalone package, because one of the things I really want us to hold on to as we go forward is, how do we feel about Zestiria now? What's our impression of it? What do we feel like it's trying to say? And I've already said a lot about that, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but Grail, I invite you to think about it. Everyone else watching, I invite you to think about it and reflect on it too, because then we're going to go to different stories in the same world, unlike Tales of the Abyss and Tales of Graces, that add new layers that I think, at least in terms of how I think about series that extend the same world and story in games, like a lot of people oftentimes just think of it as one sprawling story that all gets integrated over time. I like to think of things like sequels and prequels and DLC more as like related stories that tell themes or have messages that are in conversation with the earlier stories, but don't necessarily like erase or change the meaning of the original game. Like our take on Zestiria, the base game, and everything it had to say is still going to be there, because this story is still going to be there regardless of, whether and once we've played the DLC to it and Tales of Berseria. But we're definitely going to have different thoughts about those upcoming stories, and those will probably lead us to think about Zestiria in that different context in a different way. So I think it's great that we spent the time to really dig into this. As I've said before in these last few streams, replaying this with you all really gave me a different and richer appreciation for Zestiria in all of the ways that I was hoping, and some that I didn't even expect. I definitely wouldn't say it's in the running for one of my personal favorite Tales games, but I really appreciate kind of especially the hidden subtlety in what it's trying to say, and what I've said over the last few streams in terms of how it kind of forces the player to critically engage along the course of the story with what the meaning of the different like concepts in the world are, in almost like a philosophical way, such that if you don't do that work, the game seems really superficial. But if you're really trying to make sense of what the nature of the world is and how Sorey is interacting with it along the way, you're really drawn in, and I think challenged to overcome a lot of the same preconceptions that he and Heldolf and everyone else in the world are wrestling with. So I think it's a more layered experience than initially meets the eye, and I think we had a really good time exploring that over what has definitely been the longest stream of a Tales game to date. But of course, we're obviously just getting started. Thank you so much. Especially shout out to you, Grail. It's always a pleasure hanging out with you, chatting with you about this stuff, having your moral support for the hard fights. I know you know how important that is from all the co-op in your life. On Monday, we're going to turn to something same but different. The DLC that I've been talking about for a while, Alisha's story, which I haven't played before. I don't even know whether it goes in parallel to the events of Zestiria or picks up on Alisha's efforts to unite the Kingdom of Highland with Rowlands or establish some kind of peace afterwards. So I'm really excited to see where that goes. Don't know how long it is, so I can't forecast how long we'll stay on it, but we'll enjoy it, study it. I'm sure have a lot of conversations about how it relates to Zestiria, and then right into Berseria after that. So yes, I will definitely get some rest, Grail. Thank you for that. And yeah, definitely hoping it's more fair, and appreciate the warning about spoiler content. So I will try to not look at the comments at all. It's always a risky game with stuff like this. But hey, I was able to finally, in the last couple months, watch The Sopranos for the first time, one of the most favorite and famous TV shows of so many in, critical circles. And somehow I made it through years without getting a single plot beat of that spoiled for me. So I'm knocking on wood that my luck will hold for all of the Tales stuff as well. Have a great weekend. Game well. Grail, cheers to you. I hope you have a good one. Speaking of getting some rest, get some rest from that job of yours as well if you're able to. At least find some time to sit. And we'll be back same time on Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern, to dive into Alisha's story. I'm really excited about it, and to engage with a new to me piece of Tales literature with all of you. That's going to be a lot of fun. Cheers. Until Monday.